Alright, let's do this. Welcome back to Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. It's been a couple days since I last played, and I want to see where this game goes. Now, the last time I defeated the first real boss enemy, which was the demon. I don't actually remember his full name. I think it says it here somewhere. Gyobu, right? This was Gyobu, the first boss that we defeated. We still don't really know who the group of bandits were that he apparently led. After that, I defeated the bull with the flaming horns, and we got our second prayer necklace, which is really good. And behind that boss room, the whole game seemed to open up quite a lot. So there were multiple paths that we could take. And before I go there again, I kind of want to go back to the memory and complete it, finish it, because now, obviously, we have the increased attack power, I have increased vitality, so there's a lot that works in my favor, hopefully, to defeat the two remaining enemies in the memory, which are the Pagoda Pal, and then Lady Butterfly at the end. Or at least I assume it's the end of the memory. I want to use this combat art because it deals high posture damage and recovers one's own posture. Kind of want to try that against the shinobi. What I didn't try was this Nightjar Slash. Or no, wait, I did use it, right? Spinning forward leap. So I want to try this, definitely. But before that, I definitely want to farm a couple things here. Oh, this is interesting. So this I didn't actually see before, that the upgraded tools are actually treated as something completely different, like a completely different tool. And I don't really know why. Because it's literally the exact same thing, but with an added option to it. So why would you not equip this one if you have it? Oh, wait. Let's go with the spinning shuriken here. I need the loaded axe and the spring-load firecrackers. But before I do anything of importance, so let me see here. I want to acquire at least one more skill, which is this one. That increases my damage inflicted to posture, because that might mean that I have a better chance at fighting the shinobi, and later on Lady Butterfly as well. These of course, this one not so much, but this one might also be very useful, but I don't want to farm too much. That would seem a bit weird in my opinion. Or not, well, seem a bit weird, but it'd just get boring, right? I want to continue with the game and not be stuck farming stuff. So I will only farm for that one thing, but then I also want to purchase the gourd seed and the dragon's droplet that the merchant close to Gyobu's boss arena is selling. Yeah, so that's more or less the plan for today. I guess I'll just see how much money I can get, or how much money I have when I acquire 2 skill points, and then I can just sell a couple of coin purses for the rest, right? I kind of want to keep the coin purses for something that's a bit more expensive. I talked about that before, but you know, having the gourd seed at only 1,000 sen, it seems pretty easy to acquire. So I don't know if it would be maybe more, or if it would be best to hold on to the coin purses for something that's quite more expensive later on, because I assume that there will be some way more expensive items down the road that I might want to keep the coin purses for. But I guess I'll see how much money I can acquire while farming skill points, and I probably want to use the balloons the balloons for that, actually, because I haven't really gotten any use out of them as of now, and I think that might be the way to do it. Now the only thing that's left is to find out at what point or which destination might be best to farm. I think I never noticed that this is called the audience chamber. I assumed as much though. I think I was talking about how, you know, when you're in the actual estate, you can clearly see that those rooms are designed in a way where they try to impress whatever visitor is at the estate, right? They try to impress them and possibly try to influence them by showing how powerful and rich the estate is, or the people that live there. And then we obviously have the Ashina Castle sculptor's idol. This is where I will be coming back to once I finish the memory. But as of right now, it felt like there were at least 3 different paths that I could take at this point. Now, I don't know whether or not the level is just very broad, so there are multiple routes you can take, but it all leads to the same ending, or whether or not these are actually different paths that we can take. Because so far, the present, except for the cave that led to the headless guy, the present was pretty straightforward, pretty linear. The memory as well, it's just that obviously you have these 2 different things, memory and present, to do. Other than that, the levels themselves were pretty linear, pretty straightforward, and I kind of assume that this changes at this specific point in the Ashina Castle. Alright, let's see. I think, what will be the best point to do this? I think I'm just gonna go... It kind of annoys me if I have to go back to the present to purchase the gourd seed and stuff. But I think the memory is probably where I want to be to farm, because it has been incredibly easy to farm stuff here. So let's actually go there. Oh, right. The healing gourd I can keep equipped. The pellets I probably don't need. So this Meebo balloon is for money. Acquire more coin, which is exactly what I want. At the same time, though, I don't know whether or not the possession balloon would also be of help. Then again, I'm not really farming any items, because the items that I actually would want to farm, like snap seeds, divine confetti, and also the sugars, possibly. I don't think that I actually know enemies that drop these. Why do I have 9 of these? When did I get those? This I still don't really know the purpose of. It suppresses sound and presence for a time, but so far I've either found enemies who are not aware of my presence anyway, or I found enemies that immediately see me. So there is a bit of a disconnect here. Why would you need this? The only thing that I can kind of imagine right now is that maybe normal enemies actually don't see you when you kill somebody. So it might be an easier way to go through groups of enemies, because they might not be able to see who's actually killing everybody. Let's remove them for now. Equip the balloons. They don't really last for a very long time. So before popping one, I should make sure that there are a couple enemies close by. Then again, I do have more. Wait, how many do I have? 5 or more? 8. Yeah, I probably just want to use them. You don't see me. Unfortunately, the dogs actually don't give any money. What they do give, though, is skill points. So let's be quick about it. It's not that much money. Then again, I don't need that much money to purchase what I need, or want, rather. What the hell? That's not really... I kind of wanted to try my new attack move, the Ichimonji. It takes quite a long time to wind up. It's a long animation. I assume it's pretty powerful if you hit an enemy. It looked like it. So it was breaking their posture really easily, but at the same time, I think you really want to, you know, make sure that you are able to hit the enemy. Bye-bye. This time I do wonder at what point the game calculates how much money you get. Because it seems a bit like you obviously have to... What? You obviously have to collect it first, so I'm not really sure how this whole thing works with the balloon. Although it does hold out longer than I expected. Wasn't there like another guy here somewhere? Oh, so now it stopped. But I acquired 500 Sen, which is neat. So there are 4 dudes over there. Probably want to go this way, because the other one, or the other way rather, there are a couple more dudes, which might be annoying. Right, the dude hiding in the building was here. I kind of thought I expected him down there, but guess I misremembered. Let's pop another balloon then. And I still really like... I still really like that I can just recover health by killing people. That's a really useful skill to have. Alright, let's see. There's one guy down here that I probably want to kill. And then I want to... Hello. He's still alive? Wait, not this way. Over here. Let's take the loaded axe. Wait, am I? He's got a lot of voice. I actually get more balloons. That's almost annoying. Like, isn't it almost too easy to farm then? Because you get so much money? Seems a bit... Seems a bit strange to have this much, or this many balloons. The other dude just didn't see me? What the hell? Yeah, come down here, I want to kill you. Yeah, just... That combat art takes a really long time to wind up the animation for, which I don't know if that is necessarily going to be of help against Mr. Shinobi at the pagoda. I almost got the money I need. That's unfortunate. So at this point it seems to take quite a while for me to get skill points. I do wonder whether or not there will be like another balloon that would increase skill point gain. Something like that might be useful. Yeah, at this point I can already switch to the present again, kill a couple dudes near the merchant, and then just buy everything I need. Wait, there's a sculptor's idol right here, so I can just go back from here, I guess. Let's switch to the present for now. It was, let's see here. The Gate Fortress is probably where I want to go. Yeah, it's a bit odd with the money. Because remember, I still have a huge amount of coin purses. So I'm not really quite sure why I would need as much money as I have. It almost seems a bit too easy to acquire money. Or not necessarily easy, but seeing as money, I mean, well, you do lose skill points upon death, right? So there is definitely a punishment attached to that. So dying does mean that you wouldn't be able, or that you would lose something, but at the same time, it's also not really punishing. Oh, what? Didn't expect you to turn around so suddenly. I'm still missing an eavesdrop option for the other merchant, though, that tells me what the Ashina soldiers want. Oh, he's gonna see me, isn't he? Okay. Kill him from up here. Let's see, where's the big dude? He's over there. Let's kill him first. Now I need to get into this building. Kill him. Nobody saw me. Wait a second. He is probably, like, the big dude. Might be a bit too slow right now. Definitely want to kill him first. They didn't notice. What the f... This is one thing where I'm still not really all that sure about in this game. Or a thing that just seems odd from time to time. How well or not well the enemies actually react to your presence or to you killing people. Sometimes it feels like they, you know, like they actually see you pretty fast, or at least react to you in a pretty natural way, and sometimes they just don't react at all. It's a bit, I wouldn't necessarily call it inconsistent, because the game is pretty consistent overall. It's just that, unfortunately, some things don't really work that well as like a stealth game, in my opinion. Alright, let's see. So, do I want to pop one more balloon? They actually do give you a lot of money for having a balloon active while killing enemies. It seems like they drop like 3 times as much. Almost, at least. Which is quite a lot. I do want to... Let's purchase the gourd seed. And because I don't remember how much the dragon's droplet actually was. So the merchant is up here. Let's see. Why are you sitting at the back anyway? Or is that small window supposed to be where I talk to you? Yes, I do, in fact. It's 180, so I only need 100 more. It's not a lot. And then I can purchase, so I do have to remember that I can come back to him and purchase coin purses once I acquire a lot of money that I don't know what to do with. Let's get the gourd seed. So you need 100 more. Let's just go and... Wait, I almost forgot about the skill point as well. Still need quite a lot of skill points for the other one. Then again, I can do that in the memory. Almost. Do I want to though? Present might be more useful for that. Let me actually travel back to the beginning, because I think that's an easier way to acquire skill points. If I just go to this idol and kill the enemies that are around there. I might even be able to purchase one of the coin purses. Because once I enter the memory, I'm gonna die a couple times at least. I feel like. Oh, should probably kill him first. Which is also one thing I wasn't sure about at first, because obviously the Dragon's Droplet gives me the opportunity to reverse the effects of the Dragon Rod. But at this point, I'm not entirely sure when I actually want to use it. Or I wasn't entirely sure, but now I kind of decided that I want to wait until the next part of the Dragon Rod spreads. Because I do assume that currently there are 2 NPCs affected with it, right? So if I die more, I think it'll actually affect probably 2 more NPCs. But I want to see that. I want to know how it works, right? So that's what I'm going to try out. And once I either defeat both the Pagoda Shinobi, but also Lady Butterfly, either I use it then, or I use it once I, you know, reach the next section of Dragon Rod, or the next part of it. The next stage is the word I was looking for. Wait. I want to get onto this roof. I still don't know. Like, the first 2 hits clearly staggered him, but after that, it just didn't anymore. I'm still kind of struggling with when that happens, like how the game calculates whether or not you're able to stagger an enemy or not. Sometimes seems a bit arbitrary. So there should be 2 more guys up here. Yeah. Hello. If you time it right though, the Ichimonji seems to be very powerful. It's just that, unfortunately, it feels like... What the... Alright, let's... Well... You, my friend, have died in a very unfortunate position. Can I... No, you... There's no ragdoll physics in here, I think. This, yeah. We'll just leave it at that. I'm kind of glad he didn't die like half a meter over here, because then the spear obviously would have... What? Who saw me? The spear would have been in an even more unfortunate position. Wait, it sounded like a human actually noticed me, but it was just the dog? Huh. I thought the sound... It sounded like an actual human enemy saw me. Didn't seem to be the case. Wait, shouldn't there be like 3 dogs? Oh, right, there's the other one. And the third one is always over here. Wait, no! Come back here. Alright. Probably want to kill the rooster too. Because they do give you skill points. Wait, what? Alright. I think, well, farming stuff never has been like the strong suit of the FromSoft games. Even though they... It does sometimes feel like you want to farm things, right? In Bloodborne as well. The game seems to be built around you being able to actually... Oh, I forgot about him. Wait, what? Oh, right, this was like you had to grab long. Wait, what? Did those two just run up there and now are completely flabbergasted why one of their pelts is dead? Weren't there more people here? I feel like I'm missing people. One thing that I do wonder about is whether or not the maid will actually comment on you finishing the memory. Because didn't she, like, say something about how you don't remember and she wants you to remember? Well, in this case, I don't remember what she said. Alright, we got the skill points. Let's just go back to the Sculptor's Idol. And I definitely have enough money to purchase the Dragon's Droplet. I don't have enough money, however, to purchase a coin purse, but that's no big deal. And then again, like, using the Dragon's Droplet apparently increases my resurrective power, although I don't know how that really affects me or how that affects my ability to resurrect. But I definitely want to use it at some point. Alright, let's head back here, I guess. It's probably the fastest point back to the merchant. These loading screen texts sometimes tell you very, very interesting things. So currently we are actually working on a skill tree that is closely related to Ashina and their combat style. So we do know quite a lot about, like, Senpu Temple, for example. Kind of keeps me wondering if we are going to be able to learn their skills as well. Alright, get the Dragon's Droplet. And then just have quite a lot of ash. Antidote. Let's just get something else, just to spend the money. Okay. And now, let's quickly talk to the Tengu once more. I don't think he's got anything new to say, but you never know. You just win. Alright. I think that's the same thing he said before. Now, much like he killed, I think, 4 of these guys, I want to kill one of them as well. I'm really interested to see how much posture damage I'm gonna be able to do with the with this skill. It's just that I feel like it's going to be way harder to use than I originally anticipated. Hirata Estate, and which was the fastest way to get to him? I think it was this, right? And then just run up to the left, below the bridge, and I should be able to get to him. Oh, right, and I still need to actually acquire the skill. Lightning reversal. What the hell? Sometimes I feel like the loading screens are actually spoiling a bit too much. Because they are like explaining things that happen, I assume, way later on in the game. No, wait. I forgot about actually giving the gourd seed to Emma. Let's see. Let's get this skill first. Yes, the Ascending Carp. You know what would be funny? If these 2 skills actually made carps respawn. Because they're called Descending and Ascending Carp. Would be kind of funny if they both made it so that additional carps appear in the river. I still need 1 carp scale, I think, for another combat art. Alright, so of course I forgot about actually using the gourd seed. Let's get back to Emma. And the last time I kind of talked about that it was interesting that you don't actually get that many gourd seeds. Then again, technically I've only seen like 1 actual boss fight, and I don't really, I think like the Flaming Bull or whatever its name was doesn't necessarily count as like a full boss fight. Although I don't know whether or not the game actually makes any distinctions between, I mean, the way the boss arenas are done is different, right? There are a couple mini bosses that are clearly just like a mini boss, and then Gyobu the demon was an actual real boss encounter, much like, you know, a game like Bloodborne does it. But then again, the Flaming Bull, on the other hand, also had its like special boss arena, and I think also like the big health bar. But at the same time, it didn't seem to necessarily be a normal boss, because it was also only dropping a prayer beat, not an actual memory to increase your attack power. Alright. Yes, please do. No new dialogue, unfortunately. We still need to rest, I think, yeah, in order to refill them. Right. So let's equip all the items that I might need. Let's see here. Probably want the ash. Or no, let's put the 2 healing items together first. So healing gourd and pallet I'm gonna need. And then I also want... This is for burn. Poisonous effects. Do I want one of the sugars? They always seemed a bit hard to use, just because they take quite a while to, like the effect needs a bit to actually unlock. The ash might be useful as well. Although I kind of don't want to be distracted by trying to use things that I don't really necessarily can use. And I probably should also try the spinning shuriken, because it said that it wasn't be able to, like, you can't block it. Does huge damage to jumping enemies, right? But I still assume that it's gonna be pretty difficult to actually... Because he was... The biggest issue that I had with the guy at the pagoda was that he was really fast. Reduces posture damage taken for a time. I don't know. Let's maybe try without a sugar at first, and if I then really feel like I still need that, I'm just gonna re-equip it. Let's see here. The thing I'm most interested in anyway is what the posture, or I guess what the new skills that I have actually do, right? Like how much or how easy is it now for me to do posture damage and not be affected by it so much. And how much damage do I actually do? I guess in these parts there was a carb, right? So technically, if the skills would make it so that they respawned, this one definitely didn't. I'm still a bit unsure as to like at which point the game wants you to engage with this enemy. I don't know whether or not I was just really bad the first time I saw him, or whether or not he is intended to only be attacked like much later on. Because it doesn't seem like a coincidence that the Tengu killed guys like right outside the building where the Tengu is. He killed a bunch of these guys that look exactly like this guy. And that's... I wonder, I mean, they are placed there on purpose, right? They try to tell a story through the environment. So it's definitely not a coincidence that they place those enemies there. But I do wonder what that is supposed to, like what that tells the player, or what they intended it to tell to the player, right? Did they intend to give you a hint that now with the new skill tree you would be able to fight him? Or did they just intend to tell the story of the Tengu and how he is able to kill these guys? I don't know whether or not like this encounter right here is actually supposed to be connected to anything else. I honestly don't really know. Let's see if I can even... Do I know how that works? Alright. So he can sort of. Alright, he still does way too much damage. And much as I expected or suspected, it's incredibly hard to time the what the? I still don't know how it's... Seems kind of easy for him to deflect that attack. Way too easy, in fact. And it doesn't do as much posture damage as I was expecting. Like the biggest problem for me is that his attacks are just way too fast most of the time. And he still does way more posture damage than I expected him to. Yeah, it's incredibly hard to actually use this technique, it seems. And it also, like, he just doesn't take damage, it seems. I mean, yes, of course, I wouldn't say that this necessarily was, like, my best attempt. It's kind of a shame that you can't hold the shuriken. Yeah. Still, it seemed easier than last time, definitely. I mean, it has to feel easier. Simply because I can heal more and I have more vitality in general. But the damage that I'm doing to him still seems really lackluster. Like, this combat art, I hit him multiple times even while he was attacking. So while I definitely messed up a lot, I still hit him like at the exact time you're, at least I think, supposed to hit him with this, right? Then again, I mean, the biggest problem seems to be that he just doesn't really take posture damage at the beginning of the fight. I mean, I assume that he will once he get his health down, but that seems to take quite a while. So maybe I don't really want to use this right at the beginning of the fight, because the increased posture damage doesn't necessarily seem really useful. So I might want to change up the combat style later on. That could also be a way to do this. To start out with the Nightjar Slash, just so that you can close the distance to him, and then switch to the Ichimonji once he's getting lower. Then again, I might just have to really find out, or I might just have to be more on the offensive. And then the this one's also really strange, because it does say, well, it does say huge damage to jumping enemies, so I guess, because the damage itself seemed to be the exact same between throwing a shuriken the normal way and charging it, which I think it shouldn't. Like, it should at least do a bit more, shouldn't it? So what's a bit annoying about this is that I definitely know that I, can kill this dude with a couple of attempts, right? It's not impossible, definitely not. But at the same time, it's also not really I guess fun is the word that I'm looking for. Simply because it feels like you have to play a bit cheesy in order to be able to defeat him. So you have to evade a lot, you have to... I mean, I guess you can or might be able to, you know, really go on the offensive here. But for the most part, he seems to be something or somebody who... See, like, it didn't really do that much more damage. What the hell? And of course, the game just won't target him. And then, also the timing on his attacks also seems just... Like, there doesn't seem to be any opening there, which is weird in my opinion. Should have used the shuriken right there. Like, it seems like it's easier to block him this time around. What the hell? Yeah, one thing that you definitely don't want to do is move backwards when he does his death blow attack. What the range on some of his attacks is just bullshit. He seems... That's one thing that is most annoying about this, is that he kind of seems to change up the range of his attacks almost at will, right? So even though I was standing pretty close and then moving back, it still did damage to me. So I don't know, it's just... And he's still doing a whole lot of damage. I mean, well, there is no way of increasing your defense, right? It's just your overall vitality increases. Wait, so... Somewhere a pained cough rings out continuously, the coughing and wheezing sounds of an old woman of great faith. Keeping one's faith, even when driven mad, allows one to see certain things. Thank heavens. Owning this item reduces one's chances of receiving unseen aid. Whoa, wait a second. That's not the maid. That's the woman at the sculptor's idol in Ashina Castle, isn't it? And this time is only one rot essence. Alright, so I definitely want to see what that is about. Should be the woman on the bridge, right? Who's praying to Mount Kongo, which I think we learned that Senpu Temple is supposed to be over there. I think that's what it was. Yeah, that's her. What? Has she forgotten the direction she was praying in. Alright, so I still don't really know what to make of this. Because the first time you actually encounter Dragonrod, you can go back to Emma. She tells you we must find a cure for it. And that's where you get your first dragon's droplet, right? And you have to collect a blood sample from the maid. So now I kind of, you know, when I encountered it the first time, I felt like we were, you know, that's how it was supposed to go, right? Somebody would get the Dragonrod, you would go to them and acquire like a blood sample, something that would help Emma completely wipe out this disease. But that doesn't seem to be the case, because everybody that has gotten the Dragonrod now, we can talk to them, and we see that they have caught the Dragonrod. But we don't get any more information about it, and we don't get any interactable options, right? We don't get anything that we could use to go to Emma with. Nothing to cure it. I still have one of the droplets, obviously. I just bought it, the dragon's blood droplet. But and then the Unseen 8 stuff is also just, I don't know, that it just seems like a weird choice. So it starts off at 30%, right? That's your standard Unseen 8. And it's kept at that exact point until you die, I don't know how many times, in order to activate the Dragonrod. And at that point, it immediately drops to 13%. So quite a long drop. But now we got one more victim of the Dragonrod, and it only dropped by another %. So, I mean, so far the Unseen 8 just seems like a, you know, like a gameplay system that, you know, isn't all that important, simply because you, like, if you, like, typically, you know, dying unintended or having an unintended death doesn't occur very often, in my opinion. So far, it was always really, really obvious when you would encounter a strong enemy, and you would, you know, you would then obviously spend skill points and money to not lose those. So as a gameplay system, the way the percentage works and the way Unseen 8 works in general just seems a bit useless, in my opinion. Or it seems like a system that is not really, it doesn't really add all that much to the game itself. But then again, at the same time, it seems to be definitely connected to the story itself. So there has to be like an in-game explanation to Unseen 8, right? So there seems to be a connection there that we just haven't really uncovered yet. But then, you know, again, coming back to the Dragonrod itself, at the beginning it felt like there was more to it. But now it's like, what have we learned? We have 3 people affected by Dragonrod right now. But that's it. There's no additional, like, information that we can gather except for the rod essence, the faithful one. So interestingly enough, it does give us like names for these NPCs, but that's all it really does. Keeping one's faith, even when driven mad, allows one to see certain things. But didn't she just say that she didn't see, she wasn't able to see, she said she couldn't remember. And now I'm still really, I'm kind of torn. The Pagoda Pal still seems pretty strong. But I kind of don't want to go to Lady Butterfly without defeating him, because I don't know. I don't suspect that they will just like close the memory, right? Close the whole Hirata Estate level. I don't think that that's gonna happen when I defeat Lady Butterfly. So I'm pretty sure that I could come back and after defeating Lady Butterfly and then try my luck on the Pagoda Pal once again. But I'm not 100% sure, and that's sort of why I want to kill him first. And also I do think that whatever lies in the pagoda is probably a useful item to have, either against Lady Butterfly or against, you know, a future enemy. So acquiring it now would probably serve me well, I'd assume. But again, it's... I don't know what it is with that guy. He just seems so out of line with everything else, right? He seems to be way more or way stronger than most enemies I have encountered so far. Because everybody else was just not really all that difficult to defeat. Because with him, like... I would say that my biggest problem right now is that I'm not really good at countering his attacks, or not necessarily countering them, but deflecting them. But the problem is, I can't just stand there and deflect his attacks. Even if I would be able to, you know, 100% deflect all of them, it just increases my posture damage by way too much. So that's, I have to be on the offensive and I have to attack him. But that at the same time, it seems like there's sort of a disparity there. I can't really damage his posture. Maybe I should actually use one of the sugars. So I could try like Gokhan's sugar. But I don't think that will make that wouldn't be that much of a difference. And at the same time, I don't know, do I want to find out what the Dragon Rod does? Is like my biggest question right now. Do I want to push it so far that an NPC could potentially die? I don't necessarily want to kill the merchants, right? Wait, who actually has the Dragon Rod right now? Who was the newcomer? Right, the two merchants have it, right? The newcomer is the one we meet in Hirata Estate, or at Hirata Estate in the memory, who wants us to find out what Ashina soldiers want to buy from him. Faithful one, the woman on the bridge, and the crow mob is the guy sitting up top, one of the like close to the first mini boss, where it just was farming skill points. So I am wondering, there are quite a few more NPCs that could theoretically catch the Dragon Rod. And at least I assume that it wouldn't kill one of them before everybody else is affected. So you can probably collect the Rod Essence from every single NPC, and then it would probably kill one of them if you still keep dying. My problem is I don't want an enemy or an NPC to get killed, because that could potentially mean that I'm losing a quest chain or an item that they sell or give me later on, right? At the same time, though, I do want to know how far you can take this. Like, at what point do NPCs actually die? If I keep fighting Pagoda Pal, though, I still think that I haven't fully uncovered how you could go about defeating him. The Ichimonji combat art is definitely just something for later on, so maybe I do want to try the Nightjaw Slash at the beginning and then switch it up later on. I tried the axe a couple times the last time, but the problem is that his posture damage isn't. He's just not taking posture damage. You could maybe, again, much like Ichimonji, you could try the axe at the end, when he's already almost defeated. You can try and damage his posture a whole lot. Yeah, my biggest problem is just his damage and the way he's attacking, right? If you do, if I make one mistake, most of the time I'll lose 2/3 of my health, which just seems to be a bit much. And I also still haven't uncovered how you evade his death blow. I assume you should you should probably move towards him or through him. It's almost like a Bloodborne dodge rather than backwards, because it has this ridiculous range. His death blow is a kick, right? But his range is still way longer than any kick should ever be, and it's almost unrealistic how he's able to deliver his death blow, even though in reality nobody would actually be able to deliver a strong attack like this when they don't have a firm stand on the ground. I mean, I could try one of the sugars. If I don't use them, there is no real point to actually having them, so maybe Gokhan's sugar would be the way to go. More resurrective power, yeah, that doesn't really... I don't think that would really help me. That's sort of the biggest problem, is that I still feel like I'm just missing something that I would need in order to fight against him. Which is unfortunate. I don't think that Emma's gonna comment on the woman having Dragon Rod. Is there another skill that might be useful? The mid-air stuff, not really. Shadow Rush. Long-range powerful thrusts. Again, most of these combat arts could be useful. The nitro slash reversal might have been something. And then, of course, the potency increase to the medicine, which I guess will be the skill I'm going for next. One thing that I forgot about was that I'm able to, after the shuriken throw, like do a quick attack or a quick rush in attack. This also might be useful, but these are skills. Of course, they, in theory, increase your chances of defeating the Pagoda Pel, but at the same time, they are just not really worth farming for, right? You can acquire them like normally if you just happen to have the skill points, but I think actually farming those doesn't really seem like something you want to do. Maybe the problem is that I need some kind of plan. I need some kind of idea of how I want to approach that fight, right? What I want to focus on. Because one thing that I'm definitely not great at is like switching my own attack pattern like mid-fight. I feel like I need some kind of plan of what I want to do, right? And I don't really seem to have it right now. Let's see. So this was, right, that one. My combat art. So I can use it to charge in, but that also leaves me a bit open, right? To counterattacks. I really don't know. I just don't know how this is supposed to work. What the? Yeah. Alright, so that's like a swing, right? The problem is that I'm probably not sure when he uses what. What the? Why wasn't I able to go back? Like every time he uses an attack, it seems like my reaction time on pressing circle just suddenly changes. So maybe I just want to counter like his attacks by using the shuriken. Shit, that was like the swing. Yeah, I should have countered that. And it's also really annoying that the camera just messes up this much. Oh, of course. What the? The one time I'm actually using the shuriken while he's in the air and it just doesn't target him correctly. That's great. That's what you want, right? Shit. That was his swing. But again, like he's still missing. Like he still has so much. What the? Maybe I'm really just not, you know, aggressive enough. But still, like, shouldn't you be able to do more damage to him? I feel like I'm even doing less damage than the last time that I was fighting him. Even though obviously I have increased my attack power. Yeah, I shouldn't use circle on that. So one thing that I should take more advantage of though is... yeah, definitely not that. One thing that I should take advantage of is after he does his jumping attack, he always follows up with a swung death blow. With the only problem being, there is no real advantage to knowing that. Yes, you can evade the death blow, obviously, you can jump over him, but it doesn't do anything to his posture. What I definitely noticed though was that my own posture was, you know, way more, like I could take a lot more posture damage than the last time that I fought him. But again, I feel like I'm just not doing damage to him, and I don't know why. I'm kind of using the shuriken a bit too much at the beginning, maybe. I should try and keep that for later, but it feels like I can take, like, there has to be some kind of way to bring his health down. Because I have a lot of ways to, you know, to actually damage his posture once his health is down. The problem is I'm not getting his health down quite enough. It does feel like I'm getting a bit closer to, you know, getting how you're supposed to do this, but it's still not really. And I do feel like the potency increase to healing at this point, because my vitality is increased twice now. It does seem like a potency increase to my healing would be very useful. The Nightjar Slash I felt like wasn't really useful, because I feel like the rush in after I've used the Shuriken is much more useful against him than using the Nightjar Slash. The Ichimonji probably is not really the way to go. Yeah, the biggest problem that I have is his death blow attacks are like there's no way to use them against him, I feel like, because like as I just said, when he's like kicking you from the air, he's afterwards using like a swinging death blow. You can jump over that, but it's not really doing anything to him, because at that point you're doing posture damage to him, which is not really helping in the beginning of the fight, and you're doing no actual damage, and that's my problem. I don't really have a way of actually damaging him. I don't know how you're supposed to do that. I don't know how, like, what the trick is to do a lot of damage to him. Maybe you just have to be like, is the point of this whole thing to just really be persistent and not getting hit? Like, is this the game telling you, all right, now you have to get really good at deflecting attacks? But even that, like, deflecting all of his attacks, it never really gives you an opening, right? Yes, there are points at which you are able to attack him, but that's more or less it. Like, there's no other way to go about this. I was just wondering, right, looking back at these rocks, whether or not there's like a secret way to go up in order to actually be able to attack him from behind, but I don't know. And again, like, if I would, like, every time that I fight him, if I would be able to get him, like, to drop his health more than half, then using a sugar might be the way to go, right? Just to have more room, or to strengthen my own attacks, for example. But since I'm not even bringing him down half his health, it just doesn't really seem useful. It's quite weird. Again, I just feel like I'm missing something here. Like right there, right? Ah, of course. Camera just doesn't target him anymore. Wait, what? Where did that go? Yeah, sometimes this... I don't know, this fight... Sometimes it just has, like, these weird moments where the camera completely messes up everything for you. Like, right now, what am I supposed to do there? Why is the camera doing this? There's no reason why the camera would be behind him like that. You can't actually, like, bring him out of his... Yeah, and of course he jumped, like, behind him. I do wonder, though, like, his kick right there. Yeah, the problem with this whole thing is that even though you get an opening, right? There are a bunch of times where you actually are able to attack him, where you're able really to do a whole lot. Yeah, and again, it just didn't use the stomp, or whatever you want to call it. Right, I wanted to use... My posture damage is way too high. Once again, like, I pressed circle even before he reached me, and it just didn't do anything. Like, Wolf just didn't move. Oh shit. I thought he was doing his death blow again. But I'm just using... Wait, one thing that I am wondering though, is this shuriken like using more of my spirit emblems? Because that would be not really useful against him. So you can deflect his death blow? What the hell? Was it just that my timing was better this time? So I am getting him like lower than before. It might actually be the time to use a sugar. Can I use them from the inventory, by the way? Yes. Because I don't really want to equip it. Because then you have to cycle through all your items all the time. I don't know what I want to start with though. So the knowledge that he always uses his swinging death blow after he does the air kick is quite useful. That is really quite useful. And again, I'm able to bring him down quite a lot. The problem is, I feel like there should be like more of an opening. There's just not really any way to actually do damage to him, because every time that I do try to damage him, he seems to be, you know, recovering really fast, and especially he just, I don't know, it's just, no, it does only cost one spirit emblem. What the hell? Wait, what? Did I use this actually 16 times during the last encounter? Definitely didn't feel like it. That's weird. Let's see here. So if I... Alright. What sugar do I want to use? Do I want to use this one or this one? Let's try this one first, because I feel like this won't be as useful for me personally. Alright. Get down here. No, it only uses one. That's interesting. And again. I wasn't able to deflect at that time. Maybe it was just... Yeah, of course, don't use the healing gourd. It's not... I don't know. Like, when are you supposed to actually attack him? And once again, I'm fucked by the camera. Nice work. What the fuck? Like, seriously, why the fuck did they have to mess up the camera this much in this encounter? Like, that's honestly the most annoying part about this whole thing, is that you're not able to properly use your camera. And again, it, like, you know, the fact that I know when he does his death blow attack is giving me like nothing, simply because you don't actually have the opportunity to attack him afterwards, which is like, there's just no opening to ever attack him and ever do damage to him. And now, for whatever reason, it just didn't deflect his attack, even though I pressed L1 the same time as I did before when it deflected it. Like, it just doesn't really make sense, is my point, because I'm trying to use everything that I know from other enemies that always worked on all the other enemies, where you can just, you know, the timing on their deflections is always the same, you can deflect them, and then you have an opening to attack. And you know, it depends on the enemy how much you can attack. Some of them, you know, only allow like 1 or 2 hits. Some of them allow multiple hits if they're like slower, like the drunkard, for example. He allowed like, I think 4 or 5 hits until he recovered, but he had a lot of health at the same time. But this dude, like, every time that I actually tried to attack after a deflect, either he's deflecting it himself, which, you know, in that case it just doesn't do damage to him, or he's just able to immediately attack me again, which, yes, I can deflect those, right, successfully, but that doesn't give me anything. Like, the end result, no matter how long it takes, like, even if I deflect everything perfectly, the end result will always be that my posture is broken and he still didn't receive any damage whatsoever, right? The problem isn't even that he has like a larger health pool. I feel like he needs that. Like, his health pool isn't even that big, but the problem is that I just can't damage him. The only things that really seem to work are the like rush in after using a shuriken, for example. But that doesn't really feel like the way you're supposed to do this. It doesn't really feel like you're supposed to like do this rush in attacks and then go back and then rush in again and then go back. And the most annoying part, again, the most annoying part about this whole thing is that there are way too many moments where you have to, like the struggle against the camera is even harder than the struggle against your enemy. And the problem with it is that, like, normally you could sort of try and play around that by placing yourself like in a direction where that doesn't really matter all that much. But the problem is, like, if you're playing the way you are actually, well, at least I think the way you're supposed to do this, which is, you know, multiple deflections in a row, then get in like 1 or 2 hits, then deflect again, then get in your own hits, right? The constant back and forth with your swords. That's the way like most other encounters so far worked. But the problem is, if you're doing that, because he's attacking so much and so many like quick hits one after the other, it's always backing you up into a corner, which then consecutively destroys your camera, or makes it so you don't actually see anything. And the worst part about the whole thing is that it actually messes up your lock-on as well. So it's not only that your camera, just doesn't show what's going on, but at the same time it also messes with your lock-on, which obviously is the main way of actually being able to perform like deflections and stuff. I don't know, I kind of I know that I could defeat him if I maybe get a bit lucky, or if I'm actually able, I still think that there has to be a certain point at which you are able to have like an opening, right? A certain point where you are able to really get in like 2 or 3 hits at a time. I just don't know when that would be. Yeah, that worked. And at the same time, unfortunately, it feels like the game is sometimes breaking its own rules, right? It feels like a couple of deflections just don't work the same way every time. It seems like the timing on them changes, which, it would be like if he had a second phase where he would clearly do different attacks than before, that would make sense, right? To have suddenly different timings would make it really challenging, but that would be fine. The problem is he just always seems to have different timings, which makes it weird. And again, my posture is almost broken. Of course. And now he suddenly starts that bullshit. I was trying to get in one Ichimonji, but he just said nope. I mean, at this point it's almost not worth resurrecting. And of course he broke my posture with that. Camera, please. Why the fuck are you doing this? Yeah. Now I'm getting too frustrated to actually fight him. I don't know, this seems like such a weird encounter, because again, the whole point of the game up until this point has been that you deflect in order to attack. So really keeping the pressure up, keeping the pressure on your enemy is the way to go, right? But that it's simply not possible here. I mean, let's do it one more time, and let's try and be really aggressive with him. Although unfortunately, I think that it would just lead to me being like getting a bunch of damage or receiving a bunch of damage. Because the problem is, like, there is no opening. You're never able to attack him more than once, but after, even if you get in a hit, you have to deflect at least 3 times or something, which the end result is always that he at one point will break your posture, or at least come so close that you have no real option to proceed. Let's actually pop this one. And let's just try to be really aggressive with him. Once again, I don't know why he actually... What the hell? I was deflecting all of these. Yeah, it doesn't work. The problem is he just doesn't care when you attack him. And also after this death blow, you don't even have a chance, even though you just successfully countered his death blow. And once again, you're stuck on some bullshit part of the environment. What the fuck? Like, did you see how much posture damage he was able to do to me until I was able to attack him again? Like, even though you get him, like, you maybe have the option to do 3 attacks in a row, but he deflects all of that and then just attacks. And you're left standing there wondering, like, I can't do more than pressing R1. I can't do more than actually attacking him, but it just doesn't do anything. He's able to deflect everything, and then at a certain point, he just counterattacks you. Which obviously means that you're taking posture damage. And at some point, you're just not able to deflect anymore. And the fact that I know when he uses his death blow doesn't do anything because I can't even attack after that. Like, the jumping onto him after his death blow is actively hurting me because I get out of range to hit him afterwards. What the hell? Like, how is this supposed to work? I know that I can, you know, if I get really lucky, I think that I might be able to sort of cheese my way through it by retreating a lot and then just trying to use, like, combat arts, the shuriken, the quick move-in after the shuriken throw. So I know that there might be a way to sort of weave your way through it. But that's not really how I want to do this. Because I definitely, like, the way this whole game is set up should be a way, like, there should be a way to find a certain counter to his attacks, something that is actively, like, that is really supposed to be used against him. And it just feels like I really haven't found that. There is no real way to fight against him at this point. There has to be, like, either a combat art or a prosthetic or something that is clearly designed to be used against this enemy, because otherwise it just doesn't really make sense from a gameplay design standpoint, right? Because he clearly works completely different to everything else that I've encountered. And again, I might be able to defeat him if I, you know, try it multiple times and sort of cheese my way through it. I wouldn't necessarily call it a cheese, because obviously I would still, you know, it would still be within the constraints of the gameplay systems. Like, there's no real, at least I don't think that there is a point where you could, you know, do something like you can do against Gascoigne in Bloodborne, where you can sort of get him stuck behind a grave. Like, there are a couple graves in that arena, right, against Gascoigne. And you can sort of get him stuck behind tombstones and then attack him. He's still able to hit you through them, but he just can't move forward, which gives you like a really big advantage over him. I don't think that you would be able to do this here, and I kind of don't really want to do something like that, right? I want to fight him, like, you know, just normally, but it just really doesn't seem like I'm able to do that. Either I'm really not good enough, which fair enough might be the case, but it's just it's just really strange that I was able to defeat every other boss enemy in this game so far after at most I think I took... Wait, so the hardest enemy theoretically that I fought up until this point was the big ogre with the red eyes, because I think it took me like 5 attempts to defeat him, something like that, 5 maybe 6. But that's the most attempts that I ever took for an enemy in this game. And so far, the Pagoda Pal, I fought like 15 times at least. And I'm no closer to knowing what I am supposed to do against him than I was at the start. And again, things that have worked so far, like increasing posture damage by successfully evading his death blow, just don't work against him. There's no opening for your own attack after it, because he immediately recovers and is just able to attack again. And he just doesn't really take any posture damage. And I don't really have a way to increase my own posture damage, right? And something like the Ash also wouldn't like really be the way to go, I feel like. Right? The Ash, I think I used it against him and I was able to get in like 1 or 2 hits, but I think that was it. I think that was, you know, the most that I ever did. Do I want... Alright, let's give it one more chance and actually use the Ash against him. Because maybe that's how you're supposed to do it. Maybe that's like you're not able to hit him normally, so you have to use like different other things to make that possible. And the problem is, I do have the Ichimonji, right, which recovers my posture, and I was able to hit him with it successfully. Problem being that, again, there is just no opening whatsoever to do your own damage, which is the biggest problem. So even though I would be recovering my own posture, there is no point to it, because at the end I'm just returning to the beginning of the encounter, more or less, right? Which gives me nothing. Alright, let's see if the Ash is actually... Alright, that was 1 hit, and it did a bunch of damage. It's just, the problem is how to use it. That was not what I wanted. What the hell? Alright. So I am able to hit him with it. What the... I hate the camera. I hate the camera in this encounter. Alright. Let's heal up. And again, like, what the fuck? That's not the direction that I'm pressing. What the hell? Attack him! What the fuck? That was not what I was doing! The game's really fucking annoying at this part. Alright, how am I supposed to do this? What the fuck? Of course I pressed the wrong button. Fuck! This fucking camera! I swear! What the fuck? Holy shit, I used way too many resources and pressed pause at the wrong time. The fucking camera in this thing! Like, honestly, what the fuck? How can you design a camera this bad after having done Bloodborne? What the fuck? Alright, so this is annoying the heck out of me. Not the camera, but the way, like, I'm doing, like, ridiculous amounts of damage to him if I can get in actual hits. But it's like, honestly, are you supposed to use 10 ashes against him just to be able to get in 10 hits? This is what I was talking about. Like, being able to defeat him by doing what I just did seems incredibly cheap and dumb. And the fact that you can do this, the fact that he does, like, take ridiculous amounts of damage once you use the ash against him is just... This is annoying the heck out of me, right? I should have been able to defeat him just now, but like the whole design behind this just seems so incredibly stupid. Why am I able to use the ash in this way, but not able to use anything else in any useful manner whatsoever? That's just like, what the fuck? And this combined with the fact that the camera is as bad as it is just makes it even more annoying. Because the way you're supposed to, or not supposed to, but the way that you are able to kill him is to, you know, really get distance between you and then time it right so that you're able to use the ash at the right moment, right? But it just, like the way the arena is designed, and just the fact that there are so many things you can get stuck on. My biggest mistake, right, like the last time, was that I used all of my shuriken. That I somehow thought he was gonna get hit by one of them, which clearly he didn't. He deflected all of them, and that was my mistake. I should have moved backwards and tried to I should have tried to wait. I should have waited for him to attack and then just threw a shuriken, and I would have won. Alright, let's calm down a bit. This is just, I don't know, if I really win by using the ash in this way, then that's going to be incredibly ridiculous. And it's... I don't know, I definitely feel like there will be a point in the game where I receive something that will be, or where I'm, you know, where I will go back and say, that's the thing that I needed to kill him. But yeah, it's just... but you are able to only get in one hit, I feel like. Yeah, it's always only one hit. And, you know, stuff like this, that this actually doesn't work, is just ridiculous in my opinion. Once again, I almost got stuck on that. The fuck? What the? Like, things like this, right? That's just ridiculous that he is able to immediately... Of course. Of course. Yeah. Surely the Ash would just target like a centimeter to his right, which doesn't affect him at all. That's interesting. That's really interesting how fucked the game is. Like, what the hell? Why didn't he do his death blow? What the I hate that it just throws the Ash at the completely wrong direction. Why aren't you What the fuck? Yeah, of course it would just fly into the completely wrong direction. Alright, so now the only chance that I got is to use the like shuriken thing. Look at his attacks, it's ridiculous what he does. Fuck. And of course no spirit emblems left. Why? I didn't press that! What the fuck, man? The fuck? Why wasn't I able to attack that time? What the fuck? Why didn't that hit him? This game, man, oh, seriously. Nope. Not fighting him again. I don't have any Ash left anyway, so... Why the fuck? Like, your timings are completely different suddenly. Like, my normal attack should have connected with him, but it just didn't for whatever reason. And then I was trying, like, I was pressing X to jump away, and then I immediately tried pressing R1 to attack him. But what happened was he was just jumping away again. And the direction in which you jump is dependent on your enemy's movement sometimes. So whether or not you're pressing in a certain direction on the analog stick doesn't do anything. He just suddenly jumps into a completely wrong direction that you didn't intend him to go. Great. I'm not the type of person that really gets, you know, aggravated by gaming systems like this, but this just feels weird, right? Because like most of the time, of course you're kind of, you know, when you're fighting a difficult enemy, you always, you know, you see things that, or you do things that are just stupid, and you kind of try to convince yourself that it's the game's fault and not yours. I get that. But still, like the fact that I'm able to only hit him every time that I use the Ash and then, you know, not having it work because he threw it somewhere else, even though he didn't actually really move. And also, I just don't like the general design of that fight. Like, every time that I hit him, or I actually don't need to get in, like, many hits, right? Hitting him, I think, like 12 to 13 times would kill him. That's it. But the problem is, you just can't. And the way his movements are designed makes it so that there just seem to be like a bunch of different timings where, for whatever reason, you're just not able to connect with him properly. So you're just not able to really do what you're supposed to do, right? And also, like, again, the design of his fight pattern seems to go against everything that the game has taught you so far, which is, for example, like, jumping back with X is way more useful than it should be, right? Because this fight, because he seems to be like a shinobi type enemy, and because he's using a sword, in my opinion, it should be that you learn his deflections, learn when there's an opening, strike, and then repeat, right? That's the way all the other fights have been designed so far, and it's the way, you know, the core gameplay of this game works, and it's also the coolest way, right? That's what makes this game so great, is when you're really getting into an encounter and trading hits, right? Trading deflects with attacks and stuff like that. But with him, it seems way more useful to just get out of his range and do something, right? Either do the shuriken into the quick swing, or try and time the ash right so that it hits him and you can get a hit in. Which both things go against how this game is supposed to work. And at the same time, it's also like, even the fact that you're able to get out of his range by using X is like, all the other enemies in the game, jumping away with X is a detriment to you, right? For all the other enemies in the game, using X either makes it so you're never able to attack the enemy because they move in a way where jumping back from them doesn't really do anything for you, or they actively have attacks that are designed to counter you jumping away. But with this dude, doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know. It just, the way to go, or the easiest way to approach him, is to actually get a lot of distance between you. Which then makes me think that maybe the reverse Nitro Slash would come in quite handy, because you could jump away from him while also attacking. But again, the problem being that you can't attack him. There's no way to do damage to him other than by using Ash or getting lucky in between his attacks. So you can retreat, wait for his attack to finish, and then attack. Problem being, in that case, that your range kind of messes you up sometimes, right? Your range is a bit weird and a bit short as well in general, and sometimes you're able to just get a hit in and he doesn't really do much at all, and you can, you know, get a hit in and jump away, and sometimes he just starts his ridiculous attack patterns, right? Where he's just you know, incredibly fast with going after you. I don't know. Of course I will try fighting him again sometime, but not now. Which also means that I won't be fighting Lady Butterfly, because it's just there doesn't really seem to be a point to it, right? It's just not really... You just can't really do anything here. I don't know. It's just... I'm getting annoyed at myself just because I don't know, this just seems so... It just seems so weird. By the way, I used a bunch of spirit emblems against him. Only have 21 on stock right now. I don't know. It's... I really don't know what to make of this. It's just such a weird encounter design. Because once again, like, there have been a couple of times where in FromSoft games, sort of cheesing your way through an enemy seems the way to go, right? A couple of enemies, and I you know, a lot of people, or at least I've heard that a couple of times, that sometimes they do sort of design levels in a way where you are able to find these sort of cheese points, right? So it almost seems like a thing that they deliberately insert into their games to give you sort of an out, right? If you're really struggling, if you really can't continue against something, there always seems to be some kind of way to cheese your way through it. And what I mean by that is, again, Gascoigne getting stuck behind a tombstone, for example. In Bloodborne, there are a couple of cases where it's really easy to sort of lure enemies right up to the point where where their AI is not following you anymore. So all of the enemies in FromSoft games, so far as I know, don't follow you through the whole level. And I talked about this before, I think, in Sekiro as well. The reason is, I think, that their AI, or the way the AI is programmed, is too much to handle after a certain amount of enemies are triggered by you, right? That was sort of a scuffed explanation, but I think every enemy has sort of their range, or their I guess you could call it like a circle around them in which they are able to act, right? And at a certain point they will just retreat. They won't follow you, which I think is for a couple of reasons, right? One being that you are able to run back through levels without just having the whole level follow you. That's definitely a core design element of the FromSoft games, is sort of the run back to a boss encounter, right? And to optimize that and to know where to run and how to do it so that you can quickly fight against the boss once more. That's definitely one of the core design elements of the FromSoft games, and it's a quite interesting one, right? It's pretty unique to them as well. And that's only possible because the AI disengages after a certain distance. But, coming back to Bloodborne, there are enemies where it's really easy to find out what the exact, distance is after they disengage. And at the same time, it works in a way where you're most of the time still able to hit them, right? So there's nothing blocking you from attacking an enemy, so you can always find out, well, he's going up until this exact point, right? And then at that point, he won't follow you. He will still attack you once you go back into his range, but you can sort of get away with hitting them, retreating, right? Most of the time that's the case. So what is so great about this is that you can actually decide how hard the game is supposed to be, right? Which is one of the, again, one other sort of core element of the FromSoft games is that you can sort of choose your own difficulty, right? You can decide at which point you're doing certain enemies. You can either go back and farm a bit and, you know, get more levels, for example, or you can also summon NPCs to help you, or you can even summon other players to help you, right? All of these elements sort of combine in a way where you can sort of choose your own difficulty. Of course, there's still like a certain challenge where you still have to learn the core like combat mechanics and stuff. So it's not like a free pass, but that's what makes it so great, right? It's sort of a thing for everyone. Here they seem to have gone a different route, but only sometimes. Sekiro definitely seems more challenging in a way. I wouldn't necessarily call it harder, because that's not exactly what it is. It's more like a different kind of challenge, and it's a very certain kind of challenge. Again, in Bloodborne, there are ways in which you can approach something where there are different ways how you can approach something, right? Which makes it so some of these ways are easier, some are harder. But here in Sekiro, there's like, it always seems to have this one specific way of doing it. And either you're able to do that, or you're not, right? But at the same time, I don't know. I really don't know how this is, like, how this is supposed to, you know, fit into this game, because it really feels like I'm trying to fight an enemy that, you know, is supposed to be for later in the game. I don't know how else to describe it. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, it's just, I don't know how else to describe it, really. It really feels like this is an enemy for much later in the game, but his placement, the time at which you get this memory, doesn't seem to fit. I don't know. Let me go back to the present, actually, at this point, because there's clearly no... I got really close to defeating him twice, but it was only because of the ash. So, you know, once I get that back, once I have 10 ash again, I will come back and hopefully defeat him. Though, what does that mean? It kind of means that I have to go to Ashna Castle, I feel like, to continue through the present to find out what's waiting for me there. I don't know. It really feels like a defeat, right? It's kind of unfortunate. Then again, like, the only times that I was coming close to defeating him were by resorting to very questionable tactics, right? So I just really dislike the way that works out, right? But the fact that you are able to do or deal so much damage, even though you didn't really learn anything about him. Why? Wait a second. Why did that respawn? I did collect it the last time I was here. Wait, do they respawn? I always thought that the spirit emblems actually don't respawn, because otherwise, I mean, you could just rest at that exact Sculptor's Idol and just repeatedly farm the spirit emblem, right? Still don't know what this is about, though. Seems to be more to this place. Let me actually try that. I don't want to know. So if I'm resting here, rest. It doesn't respawn. Okay. That was weird. Why? So, anyway, I kind of think that going up to the castle is probably the way we're supposed to go right now. There are like a bunch of those shinobi dudes on the roofs, and there are quite a lot of enemies strewn around in the like different corners of this level. I kind of want to check out this direction first, simply because it seems like it would be not the intended way to go. So maybe there are like hidden items, enemies, I don't know, over there. And then I also opened like doors here to the right that I need to check out again. But I think, you know, looking at this, I think I'm sort of trying to like follow the left border of the level, just so that I don't really miss anything. I feel like, yeah, that would be the way to go. But before I do this, I'm actually taking a break, short break, because it's been over 2 hours that I've played right now, and I definitely want to continue with Sekiro, even though I didn't really achieve anything as of now. But I do want to continue. I do want to know what this is all about and come back to it. So I'm taking a break, maybe about 5 minutes, I think, and then we'll do that. Wait, didn't I adjust my audio? I'm sorry if I made a bunch of noise. Then I thought I actually muted my audio. I'm sorry about that. That's still it's a bit unfortunate. Like the PlayStation, if you're broadcasting from the PS4, it doesn't actually let you mute like in a really nice way. You can go into this menu here, but it, you know, unfortunately doesn't really let you mute anything. At least not in an easy way. Alright, but let's get back to this. One thing that I just realized during the break is that, at least for me personally, this game is definitely missing some more RPG elements. I know that it is supposed to be an action game, right? I know that it is supposed to be and of course Twitch messes up your category again now, your directory. That is always nice. I know that it is supposed to be more an action game, which is fine in my opinion. But you know, in instances like this, where you find an enemy that is just clearly too strong for you, I do kind of wish that there was a way to, you know, level up more, and not, you know, having to rely on the things that you already have. But I mean, that's just how this game works, I guess. I can live with that. Alright. Let's equip the monocular once more, because I do want to look at some of these places. So interestingly enough, well, when the woman right next to me here didn't have the dragon rod, she was telling us about Mount Congo, which is apparently the mountain in the distance right there. And I think it was connected to Senpu Temple. One thing that I kind of want to point out here is the really beautiful design of these buildings. So, like these openings, right, underneath the wall, and the fact that the wall has this sloped angle towards the outside was obviously meant so that archers were able to attack enemies attacking from down below, right? So you were able to shoot arrows out of these to attack enemies that would have been standing below the tower, which is, you know, obviously a really effective defense mechanism. Although then again, you know, European castles have similar designs like this, and you're always kind of left wondering whether or not, you know, accidents would happen where people just fell through those holes in reality. Then again, I mean, there seem to be like wooden planks or something like to prevent that from happening. Still something that I do wonder about. And then all these ornaments on the different roofs are also really cool, really well made. And then we have this triangular, like little windows through the walls, which is also something that I wonder, like whether or not that would have actually been the case, whether or not they would have like these triangular ones in reality. But I mean, I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be the case, or why they would include them if that wasn't like historically accurate. It's just a very nice touch, right? Having these like real world elements in here that clearly, you know, this clearly does make a lot of sense. Although then again, I would like to know whether or not the whole setup of the castle makes sense in reality, right? If they would have been able to build something like this in a way, or in the way that they have here in the game. Because I do feel like some of these walls, because we are high up on the mountain, right? Some of these walls just seem a bit too high to be realistic. I don't know whether or not they would have been able to build like 20 meters of wall from the ground up, and it actually, you know, looking like this especially. Then again, I mean, there are quite high walls on European castles as well that I've seen personally, so I don't think that it's necessarily unrealistic. It's maybe more the fact that they are this like smooth and even. That might be the more unrealistic part, which is obviously because it's easier to build structures in a video game that look like this, right? Whereas in reality, they probably would have been more like disformed, I guess you could call it. Not as smooth and, you know, great looking as these are. Okay, then let's actually continue through the game. Right, nice. I can eavesdrop on them. Let's see. Wait. What? Please give. That was weird.
法律に加え、今や刃を通さぬのだからな。まあ、その通りだな。無理くり着せているからの。何かあれば、鎧はすぐに剥がれちまうさ。
Okay. Sounds like yet another mini-boss that we are about to encounter. And apparently this one has a very strong armor to deflect blade attacks, but at the same time it seems to come off very easily. But once again, these guards are not actually telling us anything that we could then tell the merchant. And one thing that I just realized, holy shit, this is actually the beginning of the game. I mean, I knew that we were going back to it at some point, but this I didn't expect, that we were coming back to it this early. There is one of the rats down there. So that's the door that led us out to where we fought Genichiro. This is an interesting, like, small place. Seems almost like unintended, right? Why wouldn't you build the wall like straight up to the other wall instead of like in an angle like this? So this is definitely the reservoir. I eavesdropped on these guys. They might even be the same ones that we encountered when we freed Lord Kuro from the Monolith Tower, which is obviously that tower over there, which is really cool. I really didn't think that we would come back to this place this fast. But now we do have a choice, right? So we can go further into the castle itself, or we can check out the reservoir. And I think that I'm gonna go for the reservoir, simply because I mean, I actually do know about an item that is waiting for us here, right? That was right at the beginning of the game when you swam back through the place we spawned in. There was an item up top that we weren't able to reach. So it might be kind of great to go back there. And then what is this? So this seems to lead back to where we encountered the bull, right? Or maybe it's just an item. A light coin purse, nice. I don't think you can open this. Still really interesting that they closed the door. What is the point of that? Because you can still... Maybe I should try and get back here, like from the other side, and check out if they have like placed something else in here, because that was just weird, right? That they suddenly closed the door. Then again, we didn't really get any hint as to whether or not there would be something new to it. Looking through this door, though, kind of looks like certain things despawned. So maybe it's just a way of... Maybe the game couldn't handle loading in the whole area, so they decided to close the door. Which... that would be kind of lame, in my opinion. What the heck is that up top? I thought that was an enemy at first, but no, it's one of these like reversed fish dragon sculptures that are on the roofs, much like the one up top. Just kind of... Well, now that you know, it doesn't really look like an enemy. I think it is time to bring back out the ceramic shards. Can't grapple onto this building though. Oh, of course. I mean, I could just straight up fight them, right? Interestingly enough, the small, like, rat dude that was here at the beginning of the game isn't anymore. Or maybe... I mean, I killed him, so yeah, of course he isn't here anymore, but... There's another dude that took his place, it seems like. A bunch of them, by the way. So I see at least 3 of them. There's one over here, one over there, and one all the way down. I suspect they're not going to be the only 3 that are waiting for us. Didn't he see me when I was just... I kind of thought that I could lure him out this way. I mean, there aren't any other enemies here, right? So maybe I could just fight them? Doesn't really seem like that would be a big problem. Let's just kill one of them. Oh! The gatehouse key. The key to a samurai gatehouse located in the Ashina Reservoir, not far from the well the wolf was kept in. Here, Gyobu the demon's broken horn is respectfully guarded by Ashina samurai. The broken horn is the spear blade once wielded by Gyobu the demon. It's said that no prey can escape Gyobu's horn. It pulls enemies in and is even capable of stripping an enemy's armor. Well, that is the hint we needed, right? So so we need the broken horn first, and then we can fight, you know, whatever kind of enemy there is. So the well where we started is over there. So by going into this house or whatever it is, we should be able to get back to the place we started the game at. Interestingly enough, the item over there, so there is like a small bag still left. The items we collected at the beginning of the game, they still seem to be like collected. They didn't come back. Whereas over here, there's still a couple more items left to get. But I'm kind of thinking of it would probably best to try and get through here first instead of just straight up jumping down, just so that I can grab whatever is in the well. And I think that then we might be able to go back to the Moonlit Tower. I do wonder whether or not there is actually something here that we can get. And one thing that I also just remembered is, since this is a reservoir, whether or not there is like a place that has carps. Because I still feel like there has to be at least one other place where they spawn. There are only 3 though, right? I don't see anyone else, really. Alright, let's see here. Wait. Probably want to grapple up. Just to get a better look of this place. Still, like, the woman was praying into this direction, right? So Mount Congo, or whatever it was that she was talking about, seems to be here. And another thing that I'm just noticing is the doors that we opened. They seem to lead to this place as well. Right, because the first time we came here... oh wait, there's an enemy, I think. Oh, and one of these guys as well. Interesting. So the door that we weren't able to open has to be that one. It said it didn't open from this side. So by opening the doors in this building that I saw, we might have been able to get through there. Which now I'm not so sure anymore whether or not I want to go... I want to come here from that direction, or if I want to continue forward this way. Holy shit. Who the fuck are you? Is that like a... It's either a huge punching bag, but it looks like a metal object. Doesn't it? Almost looks like a bell. What the hell? Yeah, I certainly don't want to encounter him. Wait, he almost saw me. So it seems like there are at least 3 dogs in here. I can probably kill them. Yeah, of course. The sound bits are great. Let me... I don't really want him to like immediately see me or know that I'm here. What's going on? Alright, so I think there are only actually 3 dogs in this place. It's kind of unfortunate that you can't go into the other roofs. Oh, by the way, what is this? That looks interesting. I don't think that you're able to get to that place, but it looks way more like grassy than a lot of these other areas, which is a bit weird. Alright, let me see. Are we able to... This actually might be a great place to use this sugar, which I have a lot of and never use. Because you probably don't want to be seen by him. Wait, is there a way like down here, or is that just a destroyed part of this wall? We can check it out later. Alright, let's try and get behind him. I don't think that he will see us. The fuck? I mean, it does look like a bell, doesn't it? Scrap magnetite. Magnetic ore mined in Ashina. Base material commonly used in prosthetic tool upgrades of intermediate and higher rank. Forging with magnetic produces a hard steel, a precious commodity in Ashina. Bedrock offering up this ore is constantly mined out, making it a rare one at that. Wait, so is this base material commonly used? But it's a precious commodity as well. That is a weird way of... That is a weird way to describe this. So it's rare, but it's also commonly used. Okay. Not even sure whether or not I actually have a prosthetic tool that can be upgraded with something like that. Wait, the bell did disappear too. It didn't seem to be an actual bell though, just the hull of one. Which is also interesting, and we do get more black gunpowder. Well, I kind of wonder whether or not you can farm the magnetite ore from this enemy. Is there any other way to do this? It's kind of strange that this wouldn't really... Almost looks like there is even another, like, bigger enemy here. Or am I just not really... That's just a jar, right? It's pretty dark in here though. Another heavy coin purse. What? There's just straight up a sculptor's idol in here? Why? This is really close to the other one. What the hell? Wait, was he supposed to be like a stronger enemy? Or why would they like put another sculptor's idol just right here? That seems like an odd choice. I mean, maybe it's just because like another, like a completely different level is starting here, but definitely didn't expect that. Can't go this way, unfortunately. We also can't go up here, I think. Although it kind of looks like you might be able to, but I think it's just not. There's not enough space there. Yeah, this is interesting. Why put another sculptor's idol here? That was a spoiler that I didn't want to know. I'm just gonna... And there is another guy here. How many of them are there? Holy hell. Let's talk to him first. This looks really... looks rather ominous.
Gokuyo, いかがかね。こんなところに死者があるところ、また供養衆あり。汚れとて我らばかりは見捨てまい。
The impure.
さあ、ご供養して生きなされ。
All right, let's see what. Oh, another dragon's blood droplet. And a whole bunch of coin purses. So these are quite common. Or, well, still not sure when I actually want to use the other one. I kind of wanted to use it after I fought the pagoda dude, but now it kind of seems... I'm not sure. I kind of want to see what happens when the dragon rod spreads a bit more, but then again, I really want to use them for the resurrective power increase. And he sells more contact medicine. Weak poison status. Right. That description was also very interesting. And then we find a mask fragment. Dragon. A fragment of an old dancer's mask. The original must have been broken into several pieces, and this fragment appears to be a decoration at the top of the mask. Oh. Interesting. So the dude with the carb scales in the memory was selling a mask fragment as well. And I thought when I saw that it was going to be 2 fragments, right? The description sort of made it out to be 1/2 of a mask. Either I'm misremembering and there are multiple different masks, or it's only one mask that is broken into several different fragments. And this seems to be one of them. All right, interesting enough. I mean, this I don't really need to purchase right now, since I don't really have the scales to purchase the other fragment anyway. So I can probably come back to this. Then again, I don't really know whether or not this merchant will stick around the whole time, right? He might either catch Dragonrod himself. I mean, so far all the other merchants are at the same place they were before. Definitely want to get the prayer bead though. Loose prayer bead, yeah. Dragon's blood droplet. Wait, how many? You can have them in storage, like unlimited, right? An unlimited amount, so it's not necessarily that you have to use the other one.
また供養衆ありいずこへ行こうとご供養を欠かさぬようにの
And the light is very interesting as well. It's not exactly the same color. So this is like a blue light that surrounds the sculptor's idols, but he has like a green light. I don't know if that has any significance to it. Are these tatami mats? Why would they store them here? They look a bit old. Alright, let's see. What is this called? Abandoned dungeon entrance. That doesn't sound ominous at all. Holy shit. Abandoned dungeon. That might lead to the well, though, where we started, right? Can't really do anything. Do I want to use the Dragon's Blood droplet? He sells a bunch of stuff that I want to have. And much as I suspected, he has something that is quite expensive in the mask fragment. And this leads down a bit. Although not that much. Seems to be the only way to go from here though. So it's definitely like this sculptor's idol is definitely here because there is like another piece of the level that starts here. What was the significance of the bell dude though? It seems peculiar to me. Maybe it was just a... It's really interesting that these big guys constantly, like they constantly have different weapons. I hear sounds. Wait, did it change my camera distance? Yuck. Why do they always have to include like these small enemies? Huh, it's kind of cool how my shuriken is still like placed on the ground. Is there somebody lying there? What? Oh. These people don't seem dead. Right. Oh, of course. You can target them though. At least him. Not the other one though. Are these like zombie enemies? Oh no, that's not him. That's behind him. Oh, well, I guess that answers this question. Abandoned dungeon. Yuck. Alright, so they are some kind of zombie. Wait, what the hell? They're doing a bunch of damage. So you definitely don't want to be grabbed by them. What the fuck? Wait, do I need some kind of... Maybe I need to attack them with the divine confetti? What the f... Okay, I definitely need to learn how this grabbing attack works. Then, would he come up? Or is he just not... No, he's retreating, I think. Of course. Oh. Wait, what? Why? That was weird. Yeah, these transitions... Pacifying agent. Powdered medicine for calming nerves. Used by those who deal in unspeakable deeds. Reduces terror buildup and increases terror resistance for a time. Gravekeepers, executioners, the memorial mob. All who keep death close keep this powder closer, adhering to a simple rule. If seized with fear, cover your rear. So we finally have something that reduces terror buildup. That took quite a while, didn't it? Because I was wondering where I was when I tried fighting the headless dude. This is what I was missing. Something to get rid of the terror buildup. So they dropped these apparently. Oh, he even dropped 2. That's cool. And you can actually defeat them, which is also important to know, I guess. Fucking hell. So now I need to keep an eye on who's actually getting up and who's just part of the environment. Oh, the one that makes the sounds is just sitting there. This does seem to be... like, is this a gravesite? I don't really get the purpose of this. Because didn't we encounter... No, that was in Hirata Estate, I think. We encountered like a shrine that seemed to have a graveyard attached to them. Or to it. Yeah. What are those? Ugh. Doesn't look very appetizing, does it? So I wonder what the purpose of this dungeon then is. And it's abandoned? Why would it be abandoned? There are like a bunch of dudes sitting here. He's like cowering in fear. Did they maybe encounter like dragon rot or something? And that was what made them go down here? That's just a spirit emblem? There are a bunch of guys just sitting here. Seemingly in pain? What is this place? And there are a bunch of these like smaller side rooms with items placed in them. So I'm pretty sure that those items will probably, like there will probably be an enemy close to them, right? The other ones don't get up though, it seems. So you really have to keep an eye on who's still alive. I would like to know whether or not are there heads under these? Yuck. Well, this is a rather interesting discovery. So there's a dude on the left, and he will probably get up, right? Is he the only one, though? There are a bunch of guys in here. Somebody's lying there. He's probably getting up as soon as I pick up the item, I guess. No, he's getting up right now. Alright. Alright, so you have to evade their grabbing attacks. Where you kind of have to wait until they try and grab you, and then just move around them. So they do this weird animation, right? And once he tries to grab me, I can... Yeah, and of course it doesn't work multiple times. Sort of the timing on pressing circle in this game is just a bit too weird for my opinion. And of course you get stuck on the environment once again. Yeah. So this should kill him though, right? If he works like the other dude, yeah. And I guess they all dropped the pacifying agent. I mean, at least that is very useful. More pacifying agent. So you really get a ton of these. in here. So you're kind of left wondering if this cave will, well, it can't really lead back to the other, it can't really lead back to the, what was it called? Like the cave where the headless dude is? Because we're very far away from that. Then again, there was another cave close to that this might lead to. But that's also very far away from where we are right now, so there are probably like a bunch of ways where this leads. This is just straight up a staircase, I feel like. It's very dark, but... Is that like a pool of water? Or is that... No, it's just going further down the cave, right? There are probably like a bunch of those enemies in here. I should actually go back and rest, just because I was... like he was attacking me a bunch. I don't have any healing left. Is he commenting on this? Not really. Hmm. 23. Don't have any money. May the departed rest in peace. I mean, it definitely makes sense now that they put the sculptor's idol here. Let's rest. Oh, right. Did it... Wait. He respawned. Kind of want to see how he fights. But it's... I mean, at least I think... Because belts... I mean, I do know that in Dark Souls 1, I think, belts play a pretty significant role. But this, it just seems empty, right? So he wouldn't really be able to ring it. Then again, if he would hit something with it, it would still ring. I wonder whether or not that changes anything. Kind of have a feeling that, you know, ringing a bell could do something. The only part that I'm a bit annoyed about is these, like, smaller, whatever they would be called. Wait. Right? But you have them here and you have to defeat them. That's really annoying. And I guess he just gets back up? Yeah, he does. Let's just kill that dude. So I maybe even want to be in the light, just so that it's easier to see when he's grabbing. So you kind of want to do like one hit and then wait for their grab to go off. I mean, other than the grab, they don't seem to have like any specific attack. I mean, it's pretty easy to defeat him here. It's kind of cool that they, you know, give you this more lit up place to actually see how they work. It's kind of a cool level design. They do take quite a lot of hits though, which is a bit annoying. And of course, I'm stuck on the environment again. I really like that part of the game. They always drop the pacifying agent, it seems. That's kind of strange. You know, at first the game doesn't give you like any terror resistant stuff, and now it just constantly gives it out. It's a kind of a weird choice right there. So there's probably another person in here, but doesn't seem to be the guy on the right. We'll get up. I mean, they are clearly still alive somehow. How many of them are there? What the hell? What the fuck? I mean, that's kind of an interesting fake out, right? Because you assume that there is another of the zombie guys in here, but it's not really a zombie guy. It's, you know, a couple of these insects. I just remembered, though, like, these guys do remind me of the tutorial dude, right? So, in the beginning of the game, or at the dilapidated temple, there is the tutorial guy. And he is undead, right? He straight up says he can't die. And he just gets up every time we defeat him. So are these, like, similar to that, but not really at the end of that transformation? I don't really know. Is this supposed to be dragon rot? Are these actual dragon rot victims where it's, you know, really the sickness has really, you know, been able to sort of destroy their whole bodies? A rotting prisoner's note. A note left by a dead and rotting man in the abandoned dungeon. Supposedly, the fragrant stone is enshrined in a village in the Ashina depths. But how to interpret throw oneself? This is as far as that old Okami tome could take me, but did they truly reach the Fountainhead Palace? I'd like to know, but it seems I never will. Kotaro, forgive me. What the? Once again, the game just throws multiple, like, lore fragments at you that you have no way of knowing if they, you know, how they are connected to everything that we know so far. So I've never heard of the Fragrant Stone before. I don't know what the Ashina depths are. You know, it's a bit like, even though this dungeon seems to be like underground and it's obviously, you know, below where we were before, it's still not really like in what I would call a deep place. We're still very high up on the mountain, and we're even higher than some of the parts of Ashina that we started at, right? So it's not really what I would call depths. So either this really leads very far down, or that's an entirely different place. And then you have to throw yourself, which I guess just refers to jumping down. And who's Okami? Or the Okami tome? Haven't heard about that either. The only thing in here, I don't know who Kotaro is. The only thing that I've heard about is Fountainhead, but not the Fountainhead Palace, but rather the Fountainhead Water, right? So, it's much as I was suspecting the water and the Fountainhead water plays a big role in this whole, like, there seems to be some divine blessing going on, right? Something in the water itself changes people or has some kind of effect. And it's apparently, there seems to exist a palace that is connected to the Fountainhead. The rotting prisoner's note. Oh, of course. Oh, of course, this fucking thing. I knew it. That there were even more of these. Fucking hell, that scared me. Of course they were gonna do this. They are... FromSoft. Really? It's kind of cheap, but also kind of awesome at the same time. Holy shit. And I even killed like 5 of these insects before. And there were still 2 more that I didn't see. Holy hell. Do I want to try killing them? The really weird part about all of this is that we don't really know anything about them. So we know about the dragon rot, but all that does, as we know so far, is that it makes... I mean, coughing and wheezing is definitely the same thing that they are doing, right? So maybe somebody in Ashina already used the Divine Air's power. And they then just threw everybody who was affected by Dragon Rot, they just threw them in here. But at the same time, I mean, the name Abandoned Dungeon and the state these people are in makes it seem like it's been quite a while since that happened, right? Makes it seem like this has been going on for years, maybe even. Which I don't really know how that, because everything that we've seen from Genichiro so far seems to have taken place like shortly after we started the game, right? So only maybe a couple days ago, not necessarily years. So this is still... I wish I kind of had a torch, though. Not necessarily to make it less scary, but definitely to be able to see whether or not I'm missing stuff. But so far, I mean, the people who are actually clearly still alive, they don't really seem to attack us. It's more the already dead dudes that attack. Again, it's kind of unfortunate that you are able to target everything. Much like the carps, there's like no real challenge in discovering who's actually attacking you, simply because you can know in advance. So that's a ledge that you can grab onto. So there's definitely something down there, and you can, you know, go down but also come back up. I kind of get the feeling that there might be like another headless dude in the depths. At the same time, I also probably want to check out what's up here. I mean, this has to have... What? Wait. Is he standing upright? Who is that? That just a normal NPC? He almost looks like you would be able to talk to him. But what's the point of coming up here, though? Doesn't necessarily look like there is an enemy up above. I hope. You can actually hang from the ledge. That's the guy down there. So that's clearly another... Wait. Oh, he's behind. Wait. No. At the beginning I wasn't able to target them. So that is just one of those insects then? Is he hitting his head onto the ground? Yes, he is. Holy shit. So... I mean, I guess you would, you know, want to die if you were in this state. He looks rather interesting. I wonder whether or not you were able to go to him and just talk to him. And then there is definitely a second sort of lower floor to this whole place. And a bunch of grappling points. can't see anything though. That's an enemy. Wait, did he... Why is he moving around? I feel like I can talk to him. Looks like there are a couple of insects down on the lower floor as well. This is rather interesting. There is another dude hitting his head. Should I just jump down? I mean, it doesn't necessarily look like anybody of the people. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense to place like an enemy or an NPC that you could talk to very close to an enemy that can attack. But then again, I don't know, right? Does this level end here though? It might continue down there. I don't really want to end up on the... Wait, what is that? Those patterns on the floor look a bit... Yeah, you can definitely talk to him. I just noticed that he has the talking symbol next to him. There are definitely a bunch of insects down there. Who are you? What is your purpose? Or is he like, is he protecting whatever is behind him? It doesn't really look like there would be anything special there, right? Huh? He seems really calm for somebody standing here. Yes, I am indeed. Dojun?
師匠から預かった文をお渡ししましょう。司祭はじゃ。
Surgeon's bloody letter. What the hell? A worn bloodstained letter from Dosaku, the surgeon in the abandoned dungeon. So that's him. Didn't he say Dojun? Maybe that's his other name? Like his first name or something? Required one tough man, preferably a strong samurai or a young large soldier, such as a member of the Taro troop. Must be delivered unharmed? What? Why? What? Why would it help him? This sounds like they are like they would require the strong person to be then for like a weird experiment or something.
忍びのお方、司祭はお渡しした紙。余計なことは互いに知らぬがよいと存じます。
Not necessarily. What the hell? What am I supposed to do with this information? Huh? One strong man is required. Yeah, all right, but what does it mean? Like seriously, this letter, let me reread it. Wait. So we also have the rotting prisoner's note, right? Fragrant stone. Again, like this has nothing to do with what we just got. So there is like no connecting information here whatsoever that might lead to us knowing about this place. It's really strange. Wait, where is it? Surgeon's bloody letter. From Dosaku, the surgeon in the abandoned dungeon. Required one tough man. So am I supposed to get somebody to go here? Or are they looking for specifically me to be used in some kind of experiment? Why would I be, like, why would I offer myself for this? And then again, like, maybe he is looking, such as a member of the Taro troop. Maybe I have to find somebody from the Taro troop, whatever that is. Should I continue on? I kind of want to know what's up ahead. But at the same time, I don't really want to miss anything. Would I be able to grapple back up if I... Is this like a normal... Yeah. I think there was somebody behind this pillar. Yeah, alright. So I killed the insect or whatever it was. There doesn't really seem to be anybody else here though, so... I mean, these enemies, they aren't really that tough, right? Because you can just retreat. If you know that wherever you do retreat, there is nobody else there, then they aren't really all that difficult to defeat. One thing that I'm kind of wondering about, like, the person that we just spoke to, like, wouldn't he be opposed to us just killing these people? Why isn't he, like, reacting to us killing them? If we are actually killing them, I don't know. And then again, the pacifying agent is also really interesting, because that means, or sort of means, that it's made up of whatever's in these people, I think. Right? Wouldn't that, like, if they drop it, then that kind of gives the assumption that a pacifying agent is... Well, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be made up of something that is in these people, but rather that they just still had some of the pacifying agent when they left this place, or when they not left this place, when they entered this place, right? Seems to be the only guy left, though. He did see me, but where's the insect gone? See, what the hell is he doing? I think he's stuck on... He was stuck on something. So you probably never want to hit them multiple times, I think, because that's when they grab you. I don't want to fall down. That's probably what they kind of try, you know, what they kind of tried with this level design, is that they, you know, you would retreat so that at some point you would just fall down, I think. What am I hearing here? Just sounds like insects. And also, like, the door behind him is kind of curious. So once I fulfill his quest, would he then just open the door for me? Is that the purpose of the whole thing? There are a bunch of those insects down there. And where does this lead? Ah, another one. A red lump? A round red lump. Consume to gain red eyes and reduce flinching from enemy attacks, but also prohibits the use of resurrection. What the hell is going on here? A red mass is the lingering trace of one who is unable to achieve their desires. Yuck, it's slightly warm to the touch, it pulsates softly. It looks like a brain, doesn't it? Then again, a brain wouldn't pulsate, but I feel like this is like a pretty important piece of the whole like story puzzle, if you want to call it that. This is consumed to gain red eyes. So far, I've only seen one enemy who actually had red eyes, right? Which was the ogre. It prohibits the use of resurrection, which makes it... It kind of seems to be like sort of an opposite to the seems to be kind of an opposite to the dragon's heritage then, right? If it prohibits the use of resurrection, it kind of makes it look like it's some kind of opposing force almost to that divine, well, something. I mean, we still don't really know all the ins and outs of the dragon's heritage. A red mass is the lingering trace of one who is unable to achieve their desires. Lingering trace. So this is what sort of what's left of a person that may have been infected by dragon rot. Is that what they're getting at here? So these are it kind of makes it look like, you know, these people that are dying here, once they die, which that's probably what's under these white covers that we saw, right? They probably take their head and wait for it to maybe to rot away, and then what's left is their kind of brain, which would then be a red lump. And that's what they used in order to create people with red eyes. Is that what happened here? But then what is like unable to achieve their desires? So is the dragon rot, which I assume these people are affected by, specifically targeting people that are unable to achieve their desires? It's a very interesting way of putting this. It's just such a... It's very, very hard to sort of get behind what this means. I mean, I know, you know, FromSoft games, that's the way they are designed, right? That's what makes them so interesting, is that it's really hard to figure out what's actually going on. But still, this seems to be particularly like misleading almost, or not misleading is the wrong word, but this seems to be particularly hard to decipher what this is about. kind of strange, to be honest. It's kind of strange. And this would also mean that we could get red eyes as well. But what would be the point of that? Huh. Oh, for fuck's sake. What? What? I should be able to just go back here. I might be able to hit them twice. Feels like. Kind of don't really want to get close to the other dude, but he doesn't really seem to mind that we're killing these guys, so... I mean, he's just standing there, right? He doesn't mind at all. Completely... Should I? Yeah, those are just those insects, it seems like. But there are a bunch of them down there, so... Sounded like somebody else was down there as well. Let's see where this leads. And again, it has to be connected at least somewhat to the undead person that's giving us the tutorial options. So you're really kind of wondering what this is all about. Wait, what? There's another skull. What the heck? So this is the end of the level then, seems like. So you're really left wondering what, like, obviously these people aren't well, right? They are, they're not well. So why apparently was somebody able to be undead, really undead, as opposed to what they are, right? Because they are still dying. They can take multiple hits, but they're still dying at some point. So there seems to be a way to sort of overcome whatever they are afflicted by, which might be connected to achieving one's goals, right? That could sort of be the key to this. So maybe the guy that we that's giving us the tutorials, maybe he was able to achieve his goals, and therefore he became truly undead, is what could be the case, right? I really get the feeling like somebody's attack, or something will attack me from behind. Because that sculptor's idol seems interestingly placed. But it also gives you the option to go back down without necessarily having to fight everyone that's up on the sort of upper floor of this dungeon. I'm really kind of wary what's possibly on the left of that rock formation. Interestingly enough, there's also, but maybe there only looks like it, but this cave is definitely like it has some kind of water in it, right? It's just by the looks of it, this looks like it might have been a well at some point, or like some part where water was flowing through it. This cave is rather deep, it seems. And why is there a cage here? A cage with a rope attached to it, no less. Why is this sculptor's idol here? Underground waterway. Yeah, much as I suspected. This is some kind of place where water was flowing. I definitely don't want to rest. Abandoned dungeon. That's a completely new... So the abandoned dungeon entrance, that is part of the Ashna castle. But the dungeon itself... So is this the true beginning of the dungeon then? Is there so much to this place? It almost seems too much. Is there even something here? Is that just a place you can, like, die? Kind of want to get that item. Wait, did it change my camera? Yeah, it did. Puts your camera closer once more. That's a really... It's kind of an interesting decision. So it zooms out a bit while you're in the first part of the dungeon. Holy shit, you really can't see anything here. What the fuck? Why is this item here? Wait, there's water here. Scrap iron. There's water here. And there is something in the water. There seems to be a lot down in the water. That just looks like normal rocks. So it's just like a small underground lake then? I would assume whatever is down there will attack you. Although it could also be just carps. But I don't suspect that those are carps. But this is rather peculiar. It even looks kind of new, right? Looks pretty like it was almost just brought down here to, I don't know, capture something or someone. So there are creatures in the water. Either they just attack you and you know, you just have to get back a few inches, or like either you just have to swim through the lake very fast, or but I suspect that those will be, you know, some kind of supernatural creature. I don't think that they're just like aggressive fish down there, because that would be an odd choice, wouldn't it? So are there truly just insects down here? I can always grapple back up, so if there is anything else attacking me here, there's definitely a dude just lying here. There's probably a few more undead people as well, although it doesn't even look like that. I was kind of expecting there to be like an additional kind of suspected there would be an additional path rather than just the straightforward path that I just found. This looks rather ominous. Just straight up blood. Is this some kind of... No, it just seems to be like a normal walkway almost. Not anything particular. It's a bit annoying that I don't have anything left to kill the other insects with. Although, then again, there doesn't really seem to be anybody else down here. except for the clearly not undead people. So I might have to just kill those insects normally. There are a bunch of bodies down here though, so... But it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere, right? Oh, that was just the sound of them disappearing. Kind of thought that somebody else would... I mean, there is like a small path. There are definitely bodies here, but... Either they... Oh. Oil. Right. So that's the hint that I needed. Unfortunately, I don't have any spirit emblems left. So, I can't put them on fire, unfortunately, but that's definitely the way to go. So this just straight up seems like a pit that they throw the truly dead bodies into, right? So everybody who truly died would be like thrown into this pit. So it is supposed to be some kind of mass grave. Maybe these people aren't necessarily from Ashina, but maybe like enemies that were rotting away, and they decided to throw them all in here. Oh, it's just a normal dude. I kind of want to try out to bite down. I kind of wanted to try to use the flames, but... Secret Shinobi Drug. Blue in color. When times call for death, by one's own hand, samurai turn their swords on themselves as a matter of pride, while shinobi demand a swifter means. Simply crushing the back teeth to die. Nothing more is required. Resurrection is not limited after use. Alright then. So there are two different things. First of all, it's very interesting that you find something like this down here, which makes it seem, or you would assume that some shinobi has been here then? Maybe even died here? And then also, like, the gameplay implications of this is... So obviously we know that we're able to resurrect. So this is used to specifically trigger a resurrection? Why would you want that? It's a rather interesting thing. Oh! Cool! You can actually sneak up on these guys. I didn't know that. Well, that's useful. So you can immediately get rid of them then. So you should be dead now, right? Yeah. Actually got a skill point, although I don't have anything I can use that on as of now, I think. What is this supposed to be? Wait, it goes even further down? What the hell? What is this place? So that's what I kind of, suspected before, that there were multiple paths that you could take down here. And there is an inscription here. Kind of looks like the big, like the round rock was on top once. crumbling offering tower. Here lie the vassals of the Ashina clan, executed after the Great Rebellion. May their spirits rest. The Great Rebellion? So what does that mean then? So the people down here, and the point at which this dungeon was probably abandoned, is after the Great Rebellion. So they, or not necessarily right after it, but maybe later on. So they, for whatever reason, there was a rebellion. We don't know when it was, and we don't know whether or not Wolf was maybe connected to it. And then they apparently threw like all the rebellious people in here. It's getting more mysterious by the minute. Like seriously, there are so many small details, so many bits of information that are very interesting, but at the same time don't really seem to lead anywhere, right? They don't seem to... All of the different bits of information that we find, it seems like there are still like a bunch of things just missing, straight up. Where are we now? Is this where I think it is? Or is that... No, it's not. So this is clearly another headless guy, right? He is headless, I think. Yeah. And he seems to... I don't know what the hell he's doing. But he is like, that's not the same guy that I fought before, or tried to fight before. So what the hell is he doing? Why is he here? And how is this connected to the rest of the game? Because it seems like it's clearly continuing over there, right? I do have a bunch, like I do have 4 divine confettis left, and now I have the stuff that reduces terror buildup. So I could potentially fight him. I just don't know whether or not it's really worth it to do at this point. The walls are really cool to look at. There are a bunch of items down there though. So there's like a torch on the opposite side, which makes it look like you would be able to go back up there. So I kind of was suspecting that this would lead to the other entrance, like the other cave entrance that we saw. Which could be the case, you know, that you could travel through these caves a bunch, or, you know, that it would take you a while, but you would get out on the other side and... Did he turn? It almost looks like he's sort of beckoning me to come down, isn't he? He doesn't, like from this perspective, it doesn't necessarily look like he's headless. It just looks like he has something else for a head. But this does look like either he's trying to summon something, or he actually wants us to come down. He has 2 life bars, by the way. This seems like it's gonna break, doesn't it? This seems like a trap. I could try and grapple back up, even if he does hit me, because there was a grappling point somewhere. Yeah, over here. There are multiple ones. That wasn't the smartest idea to turn off the light. I don't know, this really looks like it leads somewhere, right? Amoeba Balloon of Soul. But it actually doesn't break. I was half expecting this to break. So yeah, they're definitely expecting you to use those soul Mibu balloons, so that you can use your resurrection power multiple times. Why also give like the other one? Where is it? The bite down. This, why give you this before encountering this enemy? And then also the Mibu Balloon of Soul. This makes it seem like resurrection is actually a very like useful technique against these apparition enemies, right? Kind of makes it seem the game wants you to die against them to then resurrect. So maybe using resurrection against them actually makes you stronger or something? Or it, I don't know. It has to do something, right? I don't really want to fight him though. It's a bit annoying that there is like this one enemy in this cave. Right? So that means like every time you try and fighting this guy, you always have to come back through the small cave. Then again, it does look like there's something on the other side. So it's either just a grappling point that maybe leads to another item or something, or it's actually, it would lead to somewhere. So many places to go, so many places to see. I'm really not sure how this all connects, right? Because we know so much, but at the same time so little. How does this all connect? Are these undead somehow connected to the rebellion? Were only the people from the rebellion actually able to become undead? Did they become undead to, you know, to actually do the rebellion? Or, like, how is this connected? How does this work? And then there's so many like different things. So there's a path forward with another sculptus idol. There's this dude, which I have no clue what he's like searching for. And the door behind him, I mean, the door behind him could be connected to him just, you know, once I complete his quest, he might let me in, I think. So do I want to try to continue through here? I kind of would like to try fighting those headless dudes, right? It just seems to be the way to go, but at the same time I don't really. And what's the cage for? So this is a rather strange part of the game. So what I could do is I could just rest and try to go through the water, right? Because there's clearly like another path that you can take. And what's even more interesting is that this place is still very close to the reservoir that we've been at the beginning, right? So I kind of, at first I was thinking that this might lead to the well that we were in at the beginning of the game, but it doesn't seem to. So many paths that you can take. Let's just rest and see what's down here, right? Because there's like why not? If we die, we just die. So I suspect that there are things that either try to drag you down into the water, I mean, there clearly two things are down there. Or not. Wait, what the? It's an enemy. What the hell? Holy sh... What the? What the hell? Why are there enemies that... What? Why? What are they doing here? Those are like normal Ashina soldiers, aren't they? Why are they hanging out in this cave? What's the boat for? Why would they... I just came from the Ashina castle. Why would they... What are they doing here? What the heck? So can I kill him without alerting the other ones? I don't know how many enemies there are in here. Fortunately, I don't seem to be able to eavesdrop on them. Alright, they didn't see me. These are really normal enemies, though. They aren't undead or anything. They brought another one of those cages, though, it seems. So are they trying to sort of... to get whatever is down in the cave? In this, like, the cave leads even further in, doesn't it? At least it looks like you would be able to swim down there a bit more. I mean, you know, obviously it being dark in here definitely adds to the atmosphere. But at the same time, you know, I would like to know how it looks when it would, you know, when it would be daylight down here. Are they drinking sake? More pacifying agents. So they, if they possess the pacifying agent, that definitely means that they know what's down here, right? They know that there are like these undead enemies down here. Why is there why? What's the point of this? Oh, maybe you can, like, if you come up here, you can probably attack them from here, I think. More black gunpowder, that's nice. And a light coin purse. But now the question remains as to how did they get here anyway? Is there even like a path that leads down here? Because it certainly doesn't look like it. How did they get here? What the hell? There's just this random cage here, and then these guys. I mean, clearly they took the boat. But I would have assumed that there was like a path down here. So what is their purpose? Like, are they trying to explore this cave? Are they trying to find out, you know, what's going on here? This is strange. And then alright, whatever's down in the cave saw me. What the fuck? Oh, he saw me as well? Definitely another guy. So, yeah, much as I suspected, there is something down in the water that's attacking you, but are these just normal fish? No, they're definitely no like carbs, right? Can I kill you? Wait, what? Come back here. He's just swimming away. What the heck? I wanted to fight you. I mean, they don't look like carbs. They look like whatever I encountered in... like one part of the memory did have like fish that were attacking you. So they're clearly not carbs, but I do wonder whether or not they will also drop something. Where did he go, though? It seems like you aren't able to hit them, though, which is a bit unfortunate. I kind of want to... I don't know. I don't want to risk it, because it might be an insta-kill if they drag you down into the water, if they can do something like that. But they don't look like any like undead enemies, though. They just look like very aggressive fish with very aggressive teeth. So these guys came down this way then, and they used the boat to ride over to the other place where I saw them. But why would they do that? Because like if they would have gone down further into the cave, they just wouldn't. They would have just ended up at the abandoned dungeon. And it's not really a huge place. I mean, obviously, like the side cave that leads to the headless guy, that might be bigger than what I know about it right now. But other than that, they would have pretty much immediately ended up at the Ashina Castle if they would have just, you know, went like 50 meters through the cave. So it's a bit weird as to why they are here and how they managed to do that. And this actually does look like part of the well, doesn't it? At least it has like a similar structure to it. There's like a water wheel. Almost looks like an elevator of some sort. Where the hell am I? And there are a lot of those statues once more. So they came down whatever this is? The enemies, I mean? And we've seen these like sculptures. We've seen these a bunch of times before. But what were they doing? What were they trying to achieve here? Did they truly come down like this elevator? This really goes down into depth. Oh, it does actually work. I was kind of suspecting it not to. Let's hide. It came down from above, though. So it should go back up, right? Not down? I mean, this looks like a mechanism that we would able to ride back up. Why does it go down that far, though? Looks like it goes really far down. So these, I mean, these could be... It could be the entrance to the mines, right? We do know that there were mines, and they were mining quite a lot. I mean, even the dude with the bell that sort of led us here, or that it was the first enemy that we encountered in sort of this area of the game before we entered the dungeon. He was dropping ore, right? So he might have been a miner of some sort. Let's see where this leads then. It definitely goes back up, so can't necessarily ride it all the way down. Where the fuck are we now? What the hell is this? Like, typically, this would have been like a shortcut of some sort, but it doesn't seem to be that. And it doesn't seem to be... This looks like a place nobody has been in for quite a while, doesn't it? Which makes it even weirder that we encounter like normal enemies? Because why would they be here? So the enemies with the boat, they came down this way and decided, yeah, it sure is a great idea to use this mechanism to go down into the cave. That just seems weird. Like, I truly didn't expect there to be normal enemies down in the cave, and, you know, again, this seems like such an odd place for them, or, you know, imagining how they, like, how did they decide to go down there? Why did they decide to go down there? How do you kill Lady Butterfly? I don't know. I haven't won against her as of now. And did you just assume that I already fought her? That was Lord Kuro, wasn't he? Yeah, she might be the first boss that you encounter, but you don't necessarily encounter her. Gaze upon the image of the Enlightened One. So I think you should just explore the game a bit more. And you shouldn't just assume that somebody has already fought her, because that might be a spoiler. Gaze upon the Enlightened One. Where the fuck did I end up in? No, that's not Lord. You would do well to return the way you came. I mean, that I always try to do. Proceed with care. Is she like Buddha talking to us? Or like a divine like being of Buddha talking to us? So we did end up at like Mount Congo, I think it was called, where the old lady was looking towards. And this seems to be to lead up the mountain, doesn't it? But who are you? Who's talking to us here? Proceed with care. At least this is almost, I think, the first time that something that we knew about from item descriptions actually got confirmed. Well, I don't know whether or not you really want to confirm something like this, but this kind of confirms that Senpu Temple, You know, they search for immortality. So they strayed from Buddha. I mean, that kind of, you know, follows that. But I didn't... First of all, how did those normal enemies get to this place? So it doesn't really seem like they came from here then. So how the hell did they end up in the cave? And I don't know. So this seems to be Senpu Temple. I don't know whether or not... Oh, yeah, this definitely leads up the mountain. So there are a couple of places that lead up to Senpu Temple. So let's see here. These are all made at Senpu Temple. This is made at Misen Temple. We don't know what that is. The other stuff was made at Senpu. And the rats, the short people with the straw hats, they originate from this place, or they originate here, or they're the assassins of Senpu Temple. So you would expect them to be here. Which is also interesting because we also found them in the reservoir. I don't know, at this point, it just seems so hard to really make sense of this all. Like, why were there normal enemies in the cave? How did they get there? Or are, like, a Senpu Temple connected to Ashina? I mean, I suspect that it is, right? Because the assassins, or the rats, as Tengu called them, seem to at least work with the normal Ashina soldiers. So maybe the soldiers down in the cave are there to actually protect the entrance to Senpu Temple, and it's sort of their duty to be there. Then again, why would the dungeon be abandoned if at the same time there are people actively guarding the entrance to Senpu Temple in that cave, in that very same cave, right? As a guard soldier, wouldn't you try to make sure that there is nothing, like, it all seems to be too close together almost, right? The first time we encountered a headless guy, he was like in a cave. I mean, it wasn't really far away, but it was definitely like out of reach of like normal soldier people. This time though, the headless guy is pretty close to completely normal enemies, where you're kind of left wondering how that all fits together. Almost like they know about that and still aren't really trying to get around it. What is this place called then? And why is some kind of divine being talking to us? How does that even work? Is it maybe because of our dragon's heritage, although it didn't really mention it? What is this place called then? Senpu Temple, Mount Kongo. Well, so I at least got that correct. And it's actually a completely new location again. So why is this a completely separate location? That makes it seem, because the way I came through this thing, right? I entered the abandoned dungeon. I found one side cave that led to the other headless guy, and I assume that like behind him there are probably more caves or more paths that you're able to take. But it's still really interesting that this seems to be a completely separate location. Because why would it be? Unless there's like a whole nother cave system behind the headless guy? But then wouldn't the headless guy be sort of the last boss that you fight in here, rather than blocking your blocking you right at the entrance? Why is this underground waterway connected to Senpu Temple? Like, how would any normal person go from Ashina Castle to Senpu Temple? That seems strange as well. that doesn't necessarily seem on purpose, that this cave is infected by all these people. Then again, I don't know whether or not Senpu Temple is technically still inhabited by normal people. Maybe they became so unraveled with their... Well, then again, they are looking for immortality, aren't they? So maybe the reason that they actually have the abandoned dungeon is to have sort of research objects that they can try out their immortality on. So maybe those people aren't infected by dragon rot or something, but they are maybe victims of experiments carried out at Senpu Temple, and then they just decided to throw them like in a dungeon. Although it then would be really, like, I wouldn't call it abandoned dungeon, because at that point it's not really abandoned if they're unless they're not doing that anymore. And then at the same time, the entrance to the abandoned dungeon in Ashina Castle, I mean, it's really easy to get into, right? Wouldn't you try to sort of keep that away from everybody so that nobody would really know what you're actually doing? Wouldn't it be really risky to have an entrance to that dungeon be so easily accessible from the normal castle? Because it could lead to, you know, somebody just stumbling in there and, you know, even though if they probably wouldn't be able to do much about it, would even maybe die trying to enter it, they could still end up messing something up with, you know, their search for immortality. So, like, overall, the way this is connected, I mean, from a gameplay standpoint, it's really interesting, right? Because it's... You have to... I mean, it's not hard to find, but at the same time, it's really interesting to go through, because it has very different elements to it, right? It's very different, especially from the game so far. And you do get the hint about Mount Congo really early on. Like the woman that you encounter clearly points you in this direction. But it's still, the way this is set up... Wait, did I rest? The way this is set up, with this whole like mechanism, an elevator, and other people, like normal people guarding it, it's just, that is incredibly strange. Oh, not necessarily. We will pray for your safety. Who are you then? Why are you talking like you're a multiple people? This is really annoying that they... Why does the monocular... Why isn't it able to focus on something like this? Yeah, it's just annoying. Huh. And why would that be here? If this is... I mean, I kind of suspect that this isn't the normal way you would get to Senpu Temple. Although that kind of contradicts the normal enemies down in the cave, doesn't it? Because this, like, all the cobwebs that are here make it seem like this place... Like nobody's entered this place in a few years almost. And why would this then hang here? Who put that here and why? Like, wouldn't the monks know about this entrance, come down here, see that, and destroy it? If they know that it's something that's not approving of what they do? There are so many, like, small details that seemingly contradict each other, but you still get a feeling of that there is like just more to it, right? That you just haven't really encountered whatever, you know, deeper meaning this has. What is that? Holy shit, you can go down. What the hell is happening? Wait. Is that a door? It sort of is, but you can't open it, it seems. But apparently there is something down there. Doesn't even look like an enemy. It's just a normal person. Who are you? Wait, are these... He is looking like a monk from this temple. Like a Senpu monk. And there is one of the rats down there as well. I mean, this makes sense. It's just that it's rather curious that you're able to like look at them like this. So maybe this is a shortcut that you can get to later on, but wouldn't I be able... I could just jump down and try opening the door from the other side, couldn't I? But it doesn't look like it would open. It's just that that dude, he seems like you could talk to him. The other ones will probably attack me. And this also, this leads... Holy shit, this is a completely different place, right? So I assume that that's sort of the main temple? And these other buildings are probably... They're all connected to it, but... So this... Senpu Temple, yeah, I knew that. Thank you very much. So, the way I came to this place, it does look like it's sort of a back entrance to it, right? It's definitely not the main entrance to this temple. But again, why were there normal soldiers down in the cave when this is not the normal entrance to this place? How did they get into the cave? Maybe I was just missing like another entrance to the cave itself? This is really cool, by the way, how they sort of set the scene, right? You enter this place, and the first thing that happens is really you being able to look at the complete environment of this. It's also got really nice music. So you can really take a look at everything in here, right? So there are a bunch of grappling points that I can see, there are a bunch of items that I see, there is grass that you can hide in, and then obviously, you know, at some point we will be able to go through all these different buildings and probably end up at the top at some point. The one thing I'm really curious about, though, is whether or not I'm actually ready for this area. Because the game so far... So this leads down there. That's interesting. So that is the way I have to go anyway, right? There is a monk. So those monks are definitely enemies. And then that's also very interesting. I don't know who uses that. let me check one thing though. There is also not that. The sugar. That's our hints that we have about these monks, right? But the Gokan sugar was made by Misen Temple. And the monks that we saw in the Hirata estate, in the memory, they were from Misen Temple, right? So they're different to these guys. But they're both like monks. Monk-type enemies. Looks rather beautiful. I do like that they've included a forest area like this. Because the Ashina outskirts, while also looking pretty beautiful, they sort of have this, I don't know, more stony, rocky vibe to them, right? They are this, you know, has a lot more nature in it than the game had so far, which is really cool. Gachian sugar. I mean, that would make sense that we would find this here. It just... One thing that is really... that I'm kind of in awe with is how vast and how big this area seems to be. If you can really like enter all these buildings, right, and go all the way to the top, and this is a pretty huge area. And considering that Ashina Castle itself also seems to be pretty big, like all of the roofs that we were able to get onto, all of this seems to be incredibly vast, with a lot of different like details and enemies to encounter, and you're kind of left wondering which route you're actually supposed to take, right? So he is... I could probably kill him from this point, right? Yes, I can. Bye-bye. So this leads up to the temple. Although, like, this road almost makes it seem like it is... Well, not necessarily the main entrance, right? You could sort of think of this as maybe a special place to pray. So you would go down this path to maybe find some kind of spiritual blessing or something. Oh, there is another one. How many are here? And he is certainly praying. So it could be, you know, like a path, a sort of prayer path that you would take to maybe receive a blessing of some kind. Or maybe like a routine, right? Like a routine where you would come down this path every morning maybe and then go back up to the temple. Sort of as a way to maybe strengthen your body or something. Let's go back down first though. So that seems to be a way to get back up to where we came in. And there is... How does this work? What does it do? There's another... Holy shit. Are we actually going down into the valley at some point? There is... That looks like a grappling point, doesn't it? And there's definitely some kind of cave or entrance there. What the hell? And then there's also a bunch of snake skin from the big snake that we encountered. So it almost looks like we are able, or we will go down into that valley at some point. Which is like, holy shit, I never would have expected that to happen, to be honest. And this kind of feels like a trap, doesn't it? Why is he standing there? And where is the small guy? He's just chilling down there. I mean, he's pretty far away, so... What is this all about? What are you doing here? And what is this bridge about anyways? Why are... Everywhere I go, there's always a destroyed bridge somewhere. So this could then be like the normal temple entrance almost? So maybe it's not like a prayer path, but rather a normal path? But where would that lead? To be honest, it's a bit annoying that they... well, first of all, it's always really hard to discern what the actual entrance to these places is supposed to be. I think the only place where that was pretty easy to see was the Hirata estate. That had a very clear entrance point, and you just weren't able to progress beyond it, right? Because it was the entrance and it was blocked off. And I think I kind of prefer them just blocking off the entrance point to these places rather than putting destroyed bridges everywhere. Because even though, you know, there are definitely weird things going on in Ashina, and even though they are at war and parts of the castle are destroyed, it still doesn't really make any sense that they would just have all these destroyed bridges here, right? Because there would be no way for you to go to these places, or like any normal person wouldn't be able to traverse from one place to the next, right? And even though these monks are probably like trained in some form of combat, I can't really imagine them going down into the cave on purpose and trying to fight like the undead that are down there. Oh, he has some kind of mechanism that holds up the parachute, right? Is that a parachute? Would that be the right word for it? Let's see here. The draw distance on some shadows is a bit annoying. Sometimes you notice that. The way it loads in the light is a bit weird. Who are you then? And why are you crying? Who?
みんな小太郎を置いてどこへ行ったんじゃ。ほら、どうすればいいんじゃろう。
That is Kotaro? Wait. Where was he mentioned? He was mentioned in the rotting note, wasn't he? Why are you crying?
皆に置いていかれてしもうたんじゃ。皆はあれ誰じゃ。
What the hell is happening? He is...
くるくる回る赤白いお花。たった一輪真っ白いお花。
The fuck are you talking about?
お花が見当たらない。
Pure white fire?
頭が痛い。すまねえ。あんた何を言っているのか オラにもわけがわから
It
ね
certainly
え
seems
と
like
に
it.
かく真っ白いお花を探さなきゃ
Alright. So once I obtain that pure white flower, apparently I'm able to come back to him. Is that another building, or is that a weirdly shaped rock, or is it supposed to be a building? I think it's a building, right? So are we actually able to go to that place at one point? The game seems rather big. So first of all, what I'm kind of noticing is that he, while obviously looking like more tame and more like an actual person, he definitely resembles the other guys, right? All of the big dudes that we've seen so far, the big enemies, with their multitude of different weapons. So I am wondering whether or not they were kind of created here, or almost like if their strength is something that was like that was given to them somehow by the monks in this temple. And then I definitely have to read up on, so I think it was the rotting prisoners note, right? By a rotting man in the abandoned dungeon. Supposedly the fragrant stone is enshrined in a village in the Ashina depths. So first of all, that is really interesting, because the Ashina depths, that's probably a place that we can get to if we defeat the second headless guy. That seems like it would be the case, right? Because looking at the sculptor's idol, it makes it seem like there is certainly a lot more to the abandoned dungeon that I haven't seen. So it might be that it does lead to the Ashina depths. Maybe the fragrant stone is the same as the like white pure flower he was talking about. Maybe that's at least somehow connected. Still don't know what the Okami tome is. I'd like to know, did they truly reach the Fountainhead Palace? So apparently there was like some kind of search party that was specifically looking for the Fountainhead Palace. And this Kotaro dude was part of that. And somehow his head hurts and he doesn't know what he's saying. So it certainly seems like he is sort of... So maybe all of the other sort of bigger dudes, the fat ones, I guess, maybe they were also part of that party, or part of whatever group of people tried to get to this place. And did they actually go through the abandoned dungeon? But this Kotaro dude, I mean, he looks like this search party or this group of people that came through here that abandoned him. I mean, that must have been... That couldn't have been long ago, right? Because he's still sitting here. So, how is that connected? Why is it an abandoned dungeon with a person that was clearly dying writing a note like this? And then this Kotaro dude, on the other hand... Is he maybe already undead or close to becoming that? So did he survive whatever killed the dude that wrote the message? That is still so strange, right? And were they connected to the Senpu monks even? Or are they a completely different group of people? This is so... Seriously, this is getting so... You almost have to write like notes for yourself to be able to discern what this is all about. Because there's... Like at every point we actually get to know something about this game, and about the world that we live in. Like all the time, it just expands on it, right? We haven't solved anything so far. We don't know the solution to anything, and we're still finding even more things that are, you know, new and mysterious, and things we don't know anything about. And that also seems interesting. What part of the world is that? Don't think I've ever seen that before, because it was hidden behind this whole structure. Then again, I can't really even place where I'm at right now. I mean, I know where this mountain is, right? And so the way the mountain is shaped, I maybe have to keep an eye out for that. If I come back to the old woman that is called the Dragon Rod, maybe I should keep an eye on how the mountain is shaped, right? Maybe I could discern, like, because this, wouldn't this, like, if I would be able to go to the right after this rock, right? Wouldn't I be able to look back upon the reservoir and the Moonlit Tower? But from the Moonlit Tower, we clearly weren't able to see any kind of village that was close by. So the Moonlit Tower would then have to look into a completely different direction, maybe in this direction rather than this one. I really have to get back to someplace. So we have to find a flower of some kind and give it to him. I hope he stays around. Seems like a nice dude. Although he is an NPC, right? So I'm still wondering what would happen if we actually continued dying. Like, how many... Is it really... Like, does it work in a way where the more NPCs you encounter and find, the more often you can die? I'm really, really interested to know how that whole mechanic works. Scrap iron. And it's really annoying that you aren't able to open this gate. Like, I mean, why not make it so that you can open it from this side? Alright, let's check out what the small dude is doing down there. What he's all about. This is a rather cool area, though. I kind of don't want to explore everything here when I haven't even finished the first memory. But then again, I still have no clue whatsoever how to fight the Pagoda Pal. And I really don't want to fight Lady Butterfly before defeating him. So I kind of have to continue through this, right? I just really hope that I don't, like, miss anything important. Because I do feel like, I mean, there has to be some kind of reason as to why you get the memory so early on. I don't know, like, if the memory... So Wolf, for whatever reason, lost his memories, right? Is there, like, another enemy hiding here? Doesn't look like it. Wolf has lost his memories. So, I mean, there has to be a point to getting them back, right? Oh, I should equip the axe. Almost forgot. So there has to be some point as to why you can finish those memories. They have to give you something for it, right? Where the hell is he looking to? Why is he... I was half expecting there to be another guy here, but apparently not. Apparently there isn't. That looks kind of weird. The way the mountain stops down there. Feels like I'm kind of missing something. Looks pretty cool though. Why are there items over here? I'm constantly suspicious of, you know, hiding enemies or insects or geckos or whatever else. Amiibo balloon of spirit. Amiibo balloon filled with fountainhead water imbued with a blessing of sympathy. If one pops this black and white balloon and prays, those its water splashes upon will have a higher chance of obtaining spirit emblems for a period of time. This balloon expresses mourning for the dearly departed. Red and white pinwheels are offered in fond remembrance. Red and white pinwheels. Kotaro was just talking about spinning red and white things, right? But he was talking about, like, was he talking about flowers? But he was talking about something that was spinning that was red and white. So these pinwheels is what he was talking about. And they are offered in fond remembrance. So I guess Kotaro maybe remembered a place that has the purpose to remember the departed. And more sugar. Honestly, this is getting more like strange by the minute. Every time you find a new piece of information, it gets more confusing. Either I'm really missing something obvious here, which I think I don't necessarily, but there is just so much stuff that you have to kind of keep in the back of your mind. And then what is this all about? Why is there snakeskin specifically hanging there? But that's not the valley that I went through, right? There wasn't any snakeskin there. So maybe this is the sort of the back entrance to that place? But why is there like a cave? Why is there a cave there? That seems so far away. Like normally, if the cave wouldn't have been there, I would have never, like, that looks like just background, right? Far out of the level, out of the game world. But that cave entrance makes it seem like you're actually supposed to go there at a certain point. But it just completely doesn't seem like that will ever be the case. I don't know. Does he hold a knife? Definitely does. What is your purpose? That's also rather strange. The other dudes from Senpu Temple always noticed me when I was approaching. This guy didn't. And why was he holding kite, right? That was the word I was looking for. It's not a parachute, obviously. It's a kite. Why was he holding a knife though? Almost like he was waiting for something either to happen. So I can... Oh. What? the hell is that supposed to mean? What? What am I missing here? So this, I mean, it seems to be some kind of device to maybe give a sign to somebody, right? So you would make the kite fly high in order for somebody to see it and react to the sign. And then once you let go, it automatically retracts again and the sign disappears. So it's quite the useful mechanism, I would assume. There is even an item over there! What the hell? Yeah. So I'm definitely going there at some point. Holy shit, how big is this game? Like, it's... Again, like, I know that FromSoft games are doing this, but normally, in the case of Bloodborne at least, you were kind of able to see sort of the next level you went through, but it never felt this vast, right? And Bloodborne, while... I mean, if you think about the whole game world, the whole of Yharnam, right? At the end of the game, when you unlocked all the different areas and stuff, then Bloodborne does have quite a big game world, right? But every individual part of that world still always feels very contained, and it's quite easy to even, you know, to get around and to you know where you currently are. Whereas here, you know, I'm constantly finding these places that seem to be more background than anything else, but suddenly, you know, you get a hint that you are able to go there at a certain point, which just makes it seem this world, like, it makes it seem like this world is much bigger than at least Bloodborne's world was. I mean, it's a different design, right? I would argue that Bloodborne's world is a bit more, certainly a bit more intricate in how it sort of, you know, you have all these, like, all of these, like I don't even know what to call it, but it sort of always comes back around, right? You find all these different side routes that then come back around to another place you already visited, right? So it's sort of, there are a bunch of different ways that you can explore, but it always comes back to a place that you know. So it's almost like a maze on a very small footprint, I guess. Whereas this seems more like a branching tree that has a very large footprint. I don't know how else to explain it. So the actual sort of the actual playable area of the game isn't necessarily that much larger than on Bloodborne, but the structure that it has makes it seem a lot bigger, and not necessarily seem like in the context of the game world, it is certainly bigger, which is pretty cool in my opinion. I still don't really know, so I assume that that's maybe something that we have to interact with later on. So maybe we can sort of call upon someone by using this device. I have expected somebody to come down here to look what's up because we activated it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. How do I get back up? This way. So there's a dude in front. I kind of wanted to talk to Kotaro again, then again. So you can actually jump back up here. That's also kind of cool. He's just sitting there. this is all... I really don't know whether or not I want to continue through this area. I mean, it's a really, really cool area. And it seems to have, like, it does seem to have, or to hold answers, right? I mean, the monk said Senpo Temple. That's something that is a name that you've read from the very beginning of the game. So you kind of would assume that it does hold answers to questions that you might have. I also don't know, I mean, I have a lot of Divine Confetti and Pacifying Agent. So we might be able to fight the headless dudes. There are quite a lot of merchants, though, that I could purchase stuff from. I kind of want to... I don't want to progress through a part of the story that then suddenly makes it so that I can't purchase anything from somebody anymore. Then again, I mean, is there any point to not doing that? I don't know. Wait, I want to... Can I not talk to you anymore? Huh. Why? That's strange. Let's take a look here. Are there any skills that I might want to get? So I'm almost at a second skill point right now. I do want to get the potency increase on the medicine. That is something that might be really, really useful. And then I also... Well, I need a bunch of money right now, don't I? The mask, or the part of the mask that the merchant at the entrance to the abandoned dungeon had, was 5,000 sen, right? And he also had a prayer bead. I mean, it can't really do anything with a prayer bead right now, but I definitely want to have it at some point. I know about 2 headless guys. I assume that the pagoda dude in the memory doesn't necessarily drop a prayer bead. I think he's more like a... because he doesn't have a name or anything attached to him. I would assume that the headless guys drop 1. So I could get 2 more, but that's not enough to actually increase my health as of right now. I always half expect there to be more dialogue back at the dilapidated temple. Because it feels like Emma or the sculptor should comment on me finding those places. But then again, maybe I'm expecting too much of them? I don't know. Before going through Senpo Temple, I definitely want to go back, though, and check at Ashina Castle whether or not I would be able to go back to the Moonlit Tower, or Moon View Tower, I think it's called, right? That would be a place that I want to check out. I just really wish that I would have finished the first memory at this point, because it really makes it seem like, you know, you kind of should have, but at the same time, not. So can I talk to you? Hanbai the Undying. So, I mean, he definitely seems like somebody who has somehow achieved to actually become, to actually become undead. But he didn't lose his head, nor does he seem to be, like, some kind of apparition, and he also isn't rotting away in the abandoned dungeon. So how the hell did he do that? Why is he here, and how did he manage to do that? And then at the same time, it doesn't even seem like that was his goal, right? Because he said at the beginning that he kind of wanted to die, or that he was tired of being undead.
この社には一見にそだからかなそこの賽銭箱にもまた来る底本の
So he doesn't comment on that at all. We can't ask him about the abandoned dungeon, it seems, which is really unfortunate. I really wish, like at the beginning of the game, the NPCs here had a bunch of different lines of dialogue, right? But now they don't really comment on anything anymore. She's still talking about the dragon rod in Ashina. I suspect that he's not really talking about anything either. Yeah, that's still the same dialogue, and we don't have any more questions to ask. The only thing... And we haven't found any new prosthetic tool either, which is also very interesting. Now let's see here. Can I actually upgrade anything? So I haven't found this, obviously. And this I already got. And this requires 5 more scrap iron. I still don't really know whether or not there is an enemy that drops that, though. And then this needs 1 more black gunpowder. Right, this was able to throw back your enemy, right? Whereas this just upgraded it to like to make it go into every direction rather than just in front of you. But this is actually useful because it makes it so you can knock back enemies. And considering that I found oil in the abandoned dungeon, I suspect that fire's probably the way to go, or fire's probably the way to fight at least the undead. Then again, I don't know whether or not I want to use fire to fight the headless guys, because that would seem too easy, right? I mean, we know from the description of the flame wind, I think it was the flame wind, or was it the firecrackers? We know that red-eyed enemies like fear fire, right? What we don't necessarily know, though, is apparition enemies seem to be like a completely different thing altogether. Which, again, how do they fit together? What are they about? The apparition type enemies, or the headless guys, they are specifically headless. So they are completely different to the other guys that are trying to become undead. Then again, I mean, we found Senpu Temple, so the monks are dabbling in becoming undying. So I guess if we followed that route, right, if we actually were to explore Senpu Temple a bit more, we would probably find out more about the monks and more about how or why how this all connects. Because again, you would assume, like, if they have a headless guy that does some kind of incantation or something, is that the right word? If they have them in the abandoned dungeon, wouldn't you assume that the monks of Senpu Temple would try to go down there and explore and maybe try to find out what that thing is about? Maybe they fear it? Or maybe it was just an experiment gone wrong that they, tried to just shut away, and now it just lives down there and they don't pay any attention to it anymore? Or they're quite glad that it's down in the cave and not attacking them? I don't know. Alright, one thing that I wanted to check out is if I go back to this bridge, how does it look if I look at Mount Congo from that point? Alright, let's see here. So, she's still sick. And then, if we look at the mountain from up here, it kind of curves to the left, and we can even see the pagoda. So, yeah, it does make sense geographically, I guess, because, I mean, we went straight through here, right? You go over the bridge, and then the entrance to the abandoned dungeon is pretty much right in that building over there. And then you more or less take a pretty straight path through the cave. I mean, obviously there are some like left and right curves in there, but it's more or less like a straight path through the cave. And the point where you then appear should be like in this general direction, right? Somewhere there, where you can then look up to the mountain from that point. So then, I mean, this obviously leads to Ashna Castle, and then there are a bunch of dudes, a bunch of like things that we can find here. But one thing that I did uncover as well was this door, and then I think that this, well, that's interesting. So now the spirit emblem actually respawned. How does the respawning of those spirit emblems work, I wonder? Doesn't seem to follow any like rules almost. So this then goes back to the reservoir as well, into the Moonview Tower? Or not? Wait, what? Where does this lead? What the hell? Why is there like a path here where the snow melted? More scrap iron. An amiibo possession balloon. Why is this here? What is the point of this place? Because I didn't really take a look through this door before. I just opened it. And I kind of was under the impression that this would lead back to the reservoir, but it definitely doesn't. And then what is this roof all about? Why is this here? Like, what? Is it just so that you can jump down from over there back to here? Why would you want that though? What the hell? That's strange. Very strange indeed. So we can also jump down into the water from here, it seems. And we can also grapple back up. Yeah. The frame rate is... game is struggling a bit right here. I don't know why. It's not that the frame rate is necessarily dropping, it just seems to have like some kind of like stutters in between. Like frame pacing isn't quite what it should be. So where the heck does this lead then? This is rather strange. So this is the second entrance that we find into this like water part, well part, whatever you want to call it. And on both sides there doesn't really seem to be any path. Maybe you can drain the water somehow? that might make sense, right? Because you can't, like, you can't dive in this game, right? You can't use an item here. You can only jump, but you can't dive. Yeah, so maybe there is a way to... I didn't think about that before, but maybe there is a way to get rid of the water on both sides. And maybe it's connected through a tunnel below the surface. And that's how you actually get to it. So then, what is this all about? Then this would be the area where you can get back to the reservoir then? I assume. Again, such an odd place, right? Because like a normal person wouldn't be able to go back up there, so you kind of half expect there to be a staircase in here. There is a sculptor's idol beyond this. Like, how? Why? How? Why does this room exist that doesn't have a staircase? Is this supposed to be... No, it's not supposed to be a well, because there is clearly, you know, people have put stuff in here. Let's see. Where does this lead then? That's certainly a heavy door. This is the reservoir though, right? Yeah, it definitely is. And there are people here. Alright, so there have been sightings of multiple shinobi then? I wonder what they refer to. Because I don't necessarily think that they mean the dudes that are that were killed by the Tengu, right? Because aren't they on their side? And this is the path from the beginning. So somebody has been kind enough to place a sculptor's idol in this part, and we've crossed that bridge. One thing, I mean, just actually looking at it from this perspective, right? What is this, by the way? Is there an entrance? No, it was just a weird texture loading. So that's the well where we started the game, right? And the item that we weren't able to reach was on the back side of it. And considering, like, when we went into the abandoned dungeon, you had to go to the right to find the headless dude. So I kind of think that if you defeat the headless guy in the abandoned dungeon, you might be able to go like to the backside of the well. Looking at it like from this perspective, right, that should be at least the general direction of where you want to go if you want to get that particular item. And then now obviously, oh, there are a bunch of big dudes down there. Now obviously I'm kind of left wondering why we would want to go back to this Moonview Tower. What's the purpose of this whole section now that we've finished the tutorial? And it's also rather interesting, we were able to come up to this point. And again, like, this is certainly not the way to go, right? A normal person that is trying to get back to the castle from the Moonview Tower wouldn't be able to go through here because there is no staircase. So either that's just an oversight by whoever designed these levels and it just doesn't, right? It was supposed to be like a gameplay thing that you were able to come back up here and that you have to jump down, but like logically it doesn't really make sense, unfortunately. maybe I'm missing something, but like, you know, doesn't really make sense. Interestingly enough, I have been able to eavesdrop on quite a few people, but none of them have really given me any hint that I could give back to the merchant. And I just remembered what the other two guys were talking about, right? The other two guys on the bridge. So they gave me the, let's see here. I got a key from one of them, which is the gatehouse key. Key to a samurai gatehouse located in the Ashina Reservoir. Gyobu with the demon's broken horn. So maybe that's why you want to get back to this place? To get the horn. It seems like to be the case. Then again, I don't know what enemy they were talking about. Like, which enemy has an armor that then the horn would be able to strip away. I almost forgot about that since I found the abandoned dungeon. Holy shit, there's so many things you just don't really know about, or so many things that just don't really make any sense. And then this, wait, because like this requires one tough man. It says preferably strong samurai or young large soldier or a member of the Taro troop. Was that troop? Is that like the group that left Kotaro behind? Because the first thing that came through my mind when I talked to Kotaro, or when I saw that there was like this person, like the first thing that I thought about was maybe that's the person we have to get back to the surgeon, right? So maybe the Taro troop is the group of people that left him behind on the road to Senpu Temple? I don't know. There's so many assumptions that I'm, making here that I don't know. They are really close to the Sculptor's Idol, by the way. This is the Ashina Reservoir. Cool. I mean, think about it. I haven't really done anything in the game, right? Up until this point. Well, not up until this point, but today. I tried to fight the dude in the memory, and then when that didn't work out, I tried to find like a way forward through Ashina Castle. And while I did find a lot of ways to progress through the game, I didn't actually do anything specifically, right? I didn't acquire like new really special items or anything. I mean, I did acquire some things and some like a quest apparently about a surgeon, I don't know. So I did find a lot of things, but it didn't really feel like I progressed anything in particular, right? And it's kind of it's really like overwhelming how many places I actually found. So we do have this is where I started at, right? So I found the entrance to the abandoned dungeon. I found the way back into the Ashina Reservoir. But then I also went through the dungeon and found this underground waterway, which I'm still not really sure about why it exists, why there is a cage next to it, why there are normal soldiers down in that dungeon. That doesn't seem to make any sense whatsoever. Then I found the way to Senpu Temple and Mount Kongo, which the old woman was talking about. So quite a few places that I can explore. And I think I'm actually going to start with the Ashina Reservoir, because that certainly seems to be the way to go from here. Because Senpu Temple, honestly, seems to be way too big to just straight up start exploring it. right? And then the rest of this, I don't know. I really want to finish the memory first, though. Maybe I'll just try and buy more ash from the merchants. I mean, I could farm for more for 4 skill points so that I can acquire the skill with the increased healing potency, and then if I would have enough ash, I might be able to kill the pagoda guy. That's really strange though, right? At this point, I have expected there to be like another prosthetic or something that would make fighting that particular enemy a lot easier. Alright, so that's what we're at right now. And I still don't know whether or not I want to use the dragon's droplet. So many places still left to uncover. Holy shit. It's really... I don't even know what to say to this. Like... I most definitely didn't expect the game to open up that much. So what I kind of suspected was that there would be like multiple memories, right? And that would sort of be the way. So the present would be more or less like a linear level that you would progress, and then memories would give you the opportunity to have like different options available to you, right? So you could, much like it was at the beginning of the game, when you got the first memory, you had the option of either progressing through the memory or progressing through the present in the Ashina outskirts. But now, once you reach Ashina Castle, there are a bunch of different ways you can take, which is really cool, obviously, because it means that the game is really much bigger than I originally anticipated it to be. But it also makes it really hard to decide where you actually want to go. And there are so many things that I'm curious about. Most definitely, like, what the memories are all about. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it just straight up takes you back into the memory if you pray here? Okay. I didn't expect that to happen. It's rather interesting. I thought that it just wouldn't let you do anything else. But unfortunately, I don't have any ash left. Right, one thing that I did want to take a look at though is the map. Almost forgot about that. So it clearly shows where Senpu Temple is, and it seems to be a rather large structure as well. So there does seem to be like a mountain in between though, which might be the reason why you aren't able to see like the estate from Senpu Temple. It looks pretty cool on this picture though. It seems to be incredibly, like an incredibly large, structure of buildings, right? Almost as big as the castle itself. There's also seem to be like at least 2 more zones to the right. like some valley. I mean, we already know about like the sunken valley, right? Which I assume is probably the stuff to the right with the white trees. And then like below that there seems to be even more. Then again, interestingly enough, the Hirata estate is the one place that has been a memory, not the actual present. I mean, obviously the Hirata estate or its remnants will probably still exist in the present, but we haven't really seen that, right? We weren't able to see the remnants of the estate in the present. You can't really look over there because there are mountains in between. So I mean, maybe at some point you would be able to look over there. It's quite hard to make out the yeah, I mean, there was like on the backside of the castle after you defeat Gyobu. Shouldn't you be able to look over to the estate from that point? I didn't see anything though. That's rather strange. And also, what I'm wondering about is, how are other memories going to work? Because at least on this map, doesn't really seem to be any more places that we could go in a memory, right? But I do assume that there are going to be like multiple memories, because it wouldn't make sense to have only one memory if you would include something like that, right? I don't know. There's so much still left to uncover. It's really, really something. Backstab death blows in the middle of battle. Right. This seemed like the vault over thing. Maybe I should actually farm for that. I can get that, right? It was this thing, I think. Vault over. That allows one to leap over and behind a posture broken enemy. But it says specifically posture broken. I don't think that this would work against the guy in the memory, because he doesn't get posture broken if you vault over him, right? Maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Maybe the translation's kind of weird on this. Maybe posture broken doesn't necessarily mean that it's like that his posture is like the posture gauge is completely filled, but rather, you know, you avoiding his death blow by jumping onto him. This might be worth to unlock. I kind of want to try it against him, even though I don't necessarily think that that's the solution that I was looking for. But it might be. It would be really funny if this would just straight up lead me to just instantly kill him, because he would do his death blow, I would jump over him and just backstab him. That would be kind of funny. And I would probably be really annoyed. Because again, like I was asking myself before what this posture broken stuff meant, right? Because it makes it seem like the enemy already has to be posture broken, which obviously doesn't make any sense, because a posture broken enemy allows you to do a death blow anyway, right? But this specifically mentions that it allows you to use a backstab in the middle of battle, even without using stealth. Which posture broken in that context might not necessarily be that you have to fill their posture gauge, but rather to jump onto them when you counter a death blow. Then again, wouldn't that make it like completely trivial to fight enemies like that if you were able to do that? Might be worth unlocking just to check it out. I really don't know anymore. I don't know. The pagoda dude that I fought at the beginning of the stream, I really don't know what to make of him. He just seems like such a weird enemy. He seems like once you know how to defeat him, that he will be incredibly easy to defeat. But since I don't know it, he's just incredibly annoying. Seems like a rather strange way to design an enemy, if you ask me. Then again, I mean, the headless guys, like, they inflict terror, the first one as well, right? And you don't know how to counter that until you find the abandoned dungeon, which is also a pretty weird way of like introducing you to an enemy, right? That he has something that you just can't really counter unless you find that item in the abandoned dungeon, which is much later on, like, you know, while you're progressing through the game. It's kind of a really weird way to design this. I don't know. Maybe I'm always just missing stuff, but yeah, it does seem like a rather strange way to design this stuff. But anyway, that's been it for now. I don't know when I want to continue Sekiro. I've also started like Final Fantasy VII, the original. So I don't know what I'm gonna play next, but this has been a ton of fun, even though I was really aggravated by the pagoda dude at the beginning, because it seemed like such bullshit to me. But I think that it really comes down to what I was saying, that I'm still missing something to defeat him. Like, I'm still missing a crucial skill or something that would make it able to really easily counter his attacks. Yeah. I'll come back to him. I'll come back to that. And the next thing that I want to check out is probably going to be the Moonview Tower. And then I guess I'm looking for a person that has like a additional armor plating that I can hopefully destroy with a horn that Gyobu had. There's so much stuff that you have to keep in mind, so much stuff you have to look for. But that's also really cool. Like, there is definitely way more to like Sekiro than I thought there was at the beginning, because it seemed like a very straightforward game almost too, well, easy is not the right word, because it was still challenging, but it felt like progression was too straightforward, like it was too linear almost, which it certainly isn't anymore. Yeah. But that's been it. It's been a ton of fun as always. I do apologize if some messages didn't come through, because I feel like Twitch is constantly disconnecting me from my own chat for whatever reason. Some messages I did see, but some I didn't, so yeah, that seems rather strange. Kind of have to find out whether or not I can do anything about that. But again, thanks for watching if you have been. Until the next time, bye bye!